Hello. I am now recording. We're gonna play some DRAMAtical Murder. Hooray, I got some toast and some tea. My unemployed friend Panta is in Discord call with me. We'll be potentially adding little quips and such, and also chatting in the Discord. I'm not really sure the best way to do this because I don't want, I guess I could make the on-stream chat, like, open to everybody. Let's do that. Let's not make it private. So everyone can see it. Because, like, if Casey or someone wanted to... The mic is only so you can see me go LMAO while completely silent. So true. That was a really great bit a little while ago. I'm going to move it up to there. And I'll do a... No, because I'd have to, like, be in the voice call to see the stream. I didn't think this through. Can I do permissions to join the call, but not to talk in it? How about this? I think that's fine. I'll make this private again and move it back. Within like 1 second, I got a message from Casey. Okay. I will allow Casey into the thing. Ghost of Moonshine. I might use my mod permissions to mute Casey, though. Hey, Casey. So this, we're recording right now. This is gonna be, yeah. So, if you don't want your voice up on the YouTube channel, you can stay muted. Yeah. Also, the game we're playing is NSFW. It has a lot of uncensored nudity. That's why I'm streaming it on Discord. I'm gonna be editing it before I put it up on the channel. So, just so you know, just so you're aware of that. Let me get it started. And we also have some audio stuff to figure out with the game. Yeah, it's a yaoi game. If you feel like dipping out, that's fine at any time. Yeah, this is why it was banned from Twitch. Okay. Resolution. It only goes up to 1080. Well, I can do full screen. Probably head out then. Okay. Yeah. Like I said, I'm going to be... No, don't apologize. It's totally fine. I understand. And like I said, I'm going to upload like an edited version of it that takes out all the nudity and everything from... or like hides the nudity and explicit scenes onto the YouTube channel. So if you still wanted to watch it at some point in the future, you could check that out. Thanks for dropping by even for the moment, though. This game contains mature themes which may be disturbing for some audiences. How exciting. Okay, game capture, dramatical murder. There it is. I can move the chat to here, maybe? We'll have to see what feels right. We can move it around to wherever's best. Although this is going to be like right in the middle of the text, I think. So maybe up on the top would be better. Okay. Game audio capture of dramatical murder. Is there game audio yet? I can't hear anything. Here's some music. I think it's doubled up, actually. And then I have to... game audio capture, monitor, and output. How's that? Yay! Okay, cool. It's pretty exciting. Okay. Yeah, it only goes up to this. So it's a little bit low resolution. Oh, funny. I can turn off specific character voices. That's funny. I think most of this are going to leave the same. There's a little pixel guy. The Brain Blaster visual novel. So what you're experiencing is what the final stream will look like. So if there's anything that you would like changed, so if I need to like turn up or down the audio at all, or anything like that, let me know and I can do that. Here we go. You finally came. A good start to a yaoi game is that line. I've been waiting for So long. Come quickly. Another good line. Destroy me. With your... I thought that was going to say penis for a second. With your power.
Hi, お電話ありがとうございます。ジャンクショップ平凡です。
Is there an English dub? I think it'd be funny. Nope. Damn. Okay. I guess I'll just have to only an English dub for the shitty anime adaptation. Ooh. Now that I have to see. Maybe I mute every single voice and then do dub voice lines for every single line in the whole game.
Hi. Hi, 扱ってます。在庫もございますが。 ご注文でしょうか?
Oh, the spacebar makes it go away.
Hi? Hi.
There he is. I like his belt. He's got the drip. Other than his shoes are a little much.
Iえ、そんなまさかとんでもない。大変恐縮です。あ、ところでお客様、一つ思い出したことがありましてよろしいですか? 実はですね、先ほど S2 型カスタムパーツのお話をされてましたが、今度そのシリーズの新しいタイプを先行で入荷するんですよ。それでですね、ただいまお得意様だけに特別にご紹介するという形で予約を受けたまわっているんですが、おそらく人気商品なのですぐに売り切れてしまうと思うのですが、今予約していただければ確実にご購入いただけるかと。
This person finds my voice attractive. I know just what to do. Upsell. He's on that grind.
もちろんこれはお得意様限定の特別なご案内ですので、ご予約いただければサービスいたしますよ。
He's gonna upsell.
はい、サービス。
He's gonna throw in like a keychain or something.
かしこまりました。ありがとうございます。それでは今からお客様の個人データをお送りください。
Wish I had a phone like that with the little cat on it.
はい、ありがとうございました。確かにご予約を受けたまわりました。それでは今後とも当店をどうぞごひいきに。はい、どうも。
I hang up the phone and let out a huge sigh. Even when I know what they're up to, dealing with customers who want something other than spare parts is always a pain. Your voice is so wonderful, I just have to meet you. I get that sort of thing over the phone surprisingly often. Oh yeah? Just hearing my voice makes them want to meet me. What kind of guy says that to another guy? Clueless. He has no idea the game he's in. Is my face covering the text at all? Oh, it kind of is. And the other text is covering his face. Let's put me over here. I'm gonna put us over here, and then this over here. In the beginning, I just shrugged it off, but it really started to bother me after a while. Then one day, out of frustration, I tried using it to push product, and it worked. Ever since I've used it to improve my sales, that phone call just now is a good example. Strangely enough, it doesn't happen in person. Some customers have actually come looking for me after a call, but I always pretend like I don't know what they're talking about. They all leave without realizing that I'm the person they spoke to over the phone. Nothing bad has actually happened, so I figure no harm, no foul. While stretching, I glance at the digital clock on the counter. This is Humdrum Junk, a shop that carries everything from basic supplies to specialized parts, all at rock-bottom prices. The dorky name was what drew me in. Just how long has it been since I started working here? Anyway, a while, that's for sure. Oh, no, I'm blocking his face again. I gotta find somewhere where I can not be blocking him. How about that? It's perfect. I do like that it's labeled face, that's pretty good. I'm leaning on the counter, spacing out, when the coil on my arm beeps. A coil is like a mobile phone, but better. You can make calls, send texts, watch TV, pay for things, and even use it as an ID, all in one little machine. That thing I asked for from Mr. Haga. This Sunday from Kojaku. How are you from Mizuki? Dinner from Granny. The other day from Kojaku, and please save me from damsel in distress. I like that he's meeting his granny for dinner. That's really sweet. Is this some new viral ad, like the adult kind? I'm sure the rest of it says something like, I'm in trouble, only a big strong man like you can save me. Delete. Suddenly, something slams into my side. I fall from the chair, and something heavy lands on my back. 3 voices giggle overhead. I know right away who it is. Am I blocking anything now? I guess barely. You little... It's Kyo, Nao, and Mio, the trio of siblings from the neighborhood, whose only purpose, it seems, is to make my life hell. How many... Oh. I hate children! Now I must have gotten a look at my coil. The other 2 climb up my back, trying to get a peek. How does that work? Is it like a hologram up here? I assumed it was just in his eye. Can't breathe. Is there a way to do auto? Ooh. Autoplay, it's the A button. No. How do I close this? Auto.
マーガリーマーガリー、やっぱりダサいわこの店。よし、変態で不潔でモグリの青葉は逮捕だな。そうね。
That's true. I guess you could try to do your taxes in another tab.
お前らいい加減どけ。
I hate children! It's Hepsi. Hepsi Avenue. I jump up, shaking them off. Not gonna hold back just because they're kids. If I thought scolding them would accomplish anything, I'd do it. But this bunch doesn't give a rat's ass what I have to say. It's not really going forward that quickly.
ねえねえ、あの棚の上にあるの何に使うのかな。きっと誰かを倒すための道具なんだぜ。
I love beating people up.
怖い。男ってやばんね。
Text speed, auto speed. Ooh. Settings, config menu. Auto mode playback speed. Text speed. Wait for voices to finish, yes, but then we'll go like here. I think that's probably fine. As I expected, their attention had already moved on to other things.
お前らなってゲ。
The screen of my coil catches my eye. Download complete. The hell? I do recall it making a weird noise earlier. Maybe I accidentally pushed a button while I was wrestling with the brats. I hope I didn't download some weird program.
ああもう最悪じゃねえか。
Before I can investigate, the old-fashioned bell on the front door rings.
今日の届け先はちょっと
Look at this guy. It's Mr. Haga, the owner.
Haga-san!
Haga-san!
遅くなりました青葉くん。
Mr. Haga's smile vanishes as soon as he sees the kids. I guess that's a natural reaction when you consider the kind of damage they always do.
いや君たちこんにちは。来てた。
よー、あれ取ってよー。ちょっと待ってろ。よっと。おりゃ。木を折ったら意外と小さいのね。なんだと？
こらこら君たち。店の中で遊んだら危ないよ。怪我をしてしまうからね。
But the brats aren't listening.
君たち。
まあ、うるさいな。
These voice actors are good. I feel like I recognize them from something.
うるさいハゲー。
あ、
Oh boy. The temperature in the room suddenly drops 10 degrees.
そこで遊んでいらっしゃる子供の皆さん。今、何とおっしゃいました？さあ、もう一回言ってみてください。最初の言葉は？は？
激しくお腹が減ったから。
What's the button for backlog? It's B. What did they say? Oh, Baldy. Okay.
よし、帰るぞ。帰るわよ。
The evil trio dashes from the store.
続きは何なんですか一体？歯がどうしたんです？
ああ、そうだ店長。そうだ聞いてくださいよ。
I scramble for the words that'll snap him out of it.
A パーツの S シリーズの注文が最近また増えてきたんですよ。
Parts?
はい。いやーさ さすがですね。やっぱり店長の読み通りでしたね。前月より売り上げ 50% 増しですよ。
そうですか。
そうです。増量です。売り上げ倍増です。
売り上げ倍増。それは良かったです。そんなに売れてるということでしたら、もう少しストックを厚くしておきましょうかね。
I breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. There's no telling what Mr. Haga might do when something sets him off. Finally calm, he straightens his glasses and gives me a tired smile.
いやー、本当に全く困った子供たちですね。
ですね。
やんちゃすぎるところさえなければ可愛い子たちなんですけど。
ですよね。
No matter how many times I've seen it, it's always startling when his personality does a 180 like that.
そうだ、青葉君。
Mr. Haga walks to the counter and grabs a paper bag from the floor.
申し訳ないんですけど、この荷物を発送してきてもらえませんか。今日はそのまま上がって構いませんので。
いいんですか？
ええ、実はですね、これから急にお客さんが来ることになったんです。だから今日はお店も早めに閉めようと思って。
そういうことなら了解っす。
I shoulder my bag and take the package for Mr. Haga. From the label, it looks like it's going pretty far. Fortunately, getting it there is the courier's job, not mine.
それじゃ行ってきます。あと、お疲れ様でした。
はい、お疲れ様。気をつけてね。
I head outside. According to my coil, it's 3 p.m. The back streets are full of people. There are several routes I could take to get to the courier. While considering which would be the fastest, I reach into my shoulder bag and pull out a soft, furry lump. Doggy! Is it doggy? Doggy, I think. The ball of fur is still asleep. I press my palm against his forehead to wake him up. Ren.
起きろ。
Puppy. At the sound of his name, he promptly opens his eyes.
運び屋まで行きたいんだけど、一番早いルートを検索してくれ。
It talks! What? Ren gently touches my upper arm with his paws. Okay.
そっか、Thank you.
I pat Ren on the head. He barks and wags his tail. This is just like that meme where you go to McDonald's and they're like, would you like extra fries? And then he pulls out his little, like, makeup kit, and there's a little face of Michael Jackson. It's like, what should I do, Michael? You should get the fries. You'll need the energy for the coming months.
よっしゃ、それじゃ行きますか。
I put on my headphones and push play. Dramatical murder. Look at all these people. Oh, this is the thing is from. That one image of him on the bed. That's really funny. I didn't connect that in my head until just now. I think I definitely recognize Ren's voice at the very least. that was a good opening sequence. That was fun. As everyone in the old residential district knows, the best way to get around is on foot. Public transportation here is pretty bad. Technically, there are buses, trains, and even taxis available, but they can be cancelled or delayed without notice. Even the roads themselves might be closed without notice, so you hardly see any cars around these days. At most, you might see a taxi waiting in vain or the occasional junker parked on the side of the road. The sidewalks, on the other hand, are always packed. Nothing's more reliable than your own two legs. The old residential district is divided into north, south, east, and west quarters. They're similar, but have some key differences. This is a very pretty background as well. For example, both my home and Humdrum Junk are located in the east quarter. It's pretty safe compared to the other quarters, and it's easy to get your hands on whatever you need. The north quarter is becoming something of a ghost town ever since it was designated off limits. It's definitely not the safest place to go. West quarter is primarily residential, like the east quarter, but doesn't have as many stores. The south quarter is an entertainment and shopping district, so it's always full of youngsters hanging out. And if you go further north, up past the north quarter, there's Platinum Jail, where the rich and famous do their business. Platinum Jail is a members-only resort that the Toei Corporation, part of Japan's top 5 companies, built when they bought Midori-jima. Is that like Green City? If the rumors are true, that place is the definition of luxury. Centered around the giant oval tower, it's full of casinos, movie theaters, shopping malls, hotels, everything you can imagine. Membership is by invitation only, but even then, the membership fees alone cost more than this whole island is worth, or so I've heard. Obviously, no one from the old residential district will ever get into Platinum Jail. Jima is island, so it's Greenland. Awesome. So I guess you could call this town a slum. Nobody cares what happens here. The police are all talk. They're in bed with the Yakuza and just do whatever they please. It's not like we can do anything about it. Even if we're unhappy, we just have to suck it up and deal with it. Despite all that, as the saying goes, there really is no place like home. This town isn't so bad once you get used to it. While it may not be as extravagant as Platinum Jail, we have our own way of life, our own kinds of fun. Can't really ask for more than that. Sounds like Gridman. Ren pokes his head out of the bag and taps my arm with his paw. Is this speaking metaphorically?
マジかつかどんだけ貧弱な思考回路なんだよ比較対象をごく一般的な成人男性として
Yes, okay. Because he's the average male.
いいそういうのはいいからその説明で余計にショートする
Or he's saying that the average male is level 100 and he doesn't want to hear what the actual answer is. I chuckle and pat his head. Ren is a dog-type allmate. Allmates are artificially intelligent life forms generally used to augment network devices like coils. They can search the internet and virtual space for information, place orders for you in online stores, or manage your social media accounts. That's crazy! Some models can also help around the house, while others can act as partners in an online game called Rhyme. There are many different types of allmate. Animal models are abundant, so many people keep them as pets. I've had Ren for a long time. I'm not exaggerating when I say he's my best friend. Even with all the improvements and new models coming out, I'll never abandon Ren, not even if hell freezes over. Ton of stuff, but nothing I recognize except the Japanese VA of Reaper Overwatch. Yeah. He loves his puppy doggy, he does.
あっぶね通り過ぎるとこだった
I follow Ren's directions down an alley off Aoyagi Street. Aoyagi Street runs down the center of the old residential district, dividing the district into quarters. It's lined with shops selling discount appliances, while the back streets are littered with niche hobby shops. As I make my way down the alley, a group of guys leaning against a filthy wall catches my eye. They have a certain look, like the kind of guy who'd be passing around a silver drug sheet. Really makes you wonder what's wrong with kids these days. Once upon a time, though, I was just like them. Not that I'm old or anything. Anyway, I'm finished with that stuff. Totally. As I walk past, I catch a bit of their conversation. You're getting brain jacked? No way. And if you die in the game, you die in real life.
でもそれって臼井がいない状態ってことだろ
なのにライムとかできんの？
それができるらしいんだよな。よくわかんねえけど。
つか、準備も何もしてねえのに戦うとか無理じゃね？拒否れねえの？
問答無用らしい。とにかく強制的に引っ張られてボコられるってんで、まさしく辻斬りだよ。
やべえなそれ。
They're talking about Rime, the online fighting game that's all the rage these days. By connecting their minds to the net, players can experience virtual combat that feels just like the real thing. What a great innovation. The ability to fight people and actually feel like you're getting the shit kicked out of you. The thing is, there's no schedule or anything that tells you when or where a battle's going to happen. Wherever Usui, the game's judge, appears, that's the battlefield. Rime started off as an indie game. Back then, the rules were more lax, and Usui wasn't around either. It steadily gained popularity, and eventually Toei became a major sponsor. The system was improved, and Usui was added, along with an official set of rules, making Rime what it is today. Like, wouldn't it be good if it was a fighting game where it didn't actually hurt to get sliced up and punched in the face a bunch of times? This is like Ready Player One. Like, why would you buy the suit of armor that makes, or the like VR suit that makes it actually feel like you're getting punched in the nuts? But I don't play Rime, so it's not really my business. He's such a boomer. I head through the alley and come out once more on Aoyagi Street. The thing fighting games is missing is physical injury. Many people are saying this. I don't know. I head through the alley. Okay. At the end of the street, I see the sign for the courier's shop. As I start toward it, I notice a crowd in the middle of the road. Looks like a fight. A bunch of people with nothing better to do have gathered to watch. I keep walking, trying to avoid the whole mess, but then the crowd stirs, followed by a high-pitched scream. I peer through the gaps in the crowd. A large man is sprawled out on the ground, another standing over him. The second man has his back to me, but I recognize him immediately. A bright red kimono and a big sword. There's no one else it could be. It's the guy from the opening.
図体の割に大したことねえな。せっかく彼女の前だってのに台無しじゃねえか。
Look at this guy. Starry-eyed girls flock to the victor, trampling the man on the ground in the process. Here we go again. One woman, who was keeping a bit of a distance, approaches with an apologetic bow. She also sounds familiar. She must be the girlfriend of the man sprawled on the street. I'm guessing the commotion started when they tried to cut in line at Kojaku's shop. Calming his angry fans with a gesture, Kojaku gives the girlfriend a smile. Yeah.
彼氏もちっと強引だったが、あんたを思ってのことだ。あんまり責めてやるなよ。また日改めて来てくれ。そん時は歓迎するからよ。
The woman's eyes sparkle, her cheeks turning bright red. There goes another one. Sigh. Kojaku's other fans are not amused. But I want your sweat. I'm sure my handkerchief would be honored.
そこまで言われて断ったんじゃ男がスタルってもんだ。そんじゃありがたく使わせてもらうぜ。
Kojaku takes the woman's hands, pulling her toward him with a smile.
ありがとな。
I'll make good use of it. There it is, his infamous lady killer smile. Well, that's what I call it, at least. The woman with the handkerchief slumps to her knees, attracting jealous glares from the other. Every woman out here seems out for blood.
さっさと行くか。
This isn't the first time I've seen this shtick. Disgusted, I start to move away from the crowd.
青葉
Ugh. I can feel all those eyes focusing on me. I'll pretend I didn't hear him. I turn around and start walking at a brisk pace.
おい待てって
But Kojaku runs after me and grabs my arm. Here we go again.
コージャック
Oh, Jack.
青葉やっぱり青葉じゃねえか
あ
なんだよ水くせえないたんなら声かけろって
He's like heterophobic.
あ、まあ仕事中に通りかかっただけだし。
仕事中配達か
Kojaku smiles indulgently, which of course makes the women around him swoon again. His smile's like a weapon. He's been using it for ages, but women still fall for it. I really don't feel like talking here. There are too many people around, and the women's eyes are scaring me. Both homophobic and heterophobic.
つか、お前も仕事中だろ。なんか
Just
騒ぎになって
anti-flirting
る
in
けど
general. Aren't you supposed to be working? I guess that might be hard with all this.
あこいつが列を無視しようとしたからよちょいと軽くな
お前、いい加減にしとかないと、そのうち刺されるぞ。
刺される誰に
見りゃわかるでしょうが。
I sweep my gaze over the women glaring at me. It was clear that they weren't about to let anyone, man or woman, get close to Kojaku. Scary. Voices Joey Wheeler, Ryu Street Fighter, and Hisoka. Ooh.
まあ大丈夫だろうつか俺がそう簡単に刺されるように見えるか
This is a pretty star-studded cast. Kojaku punctuates this with a smirk. Seriously? Well, I guess I can't argue with him there. Kojaku's pretty much always been aware of how handsome and popular he is. He's not the type to brag about it, but he has a casual confidence about him, and he knows his way around a fight. He's a wandering hairdresser. All he does is cut and style women's hair, but apparently he's developed quite a reputation for it. He sets up shop wherever and whenever he feels like it. He doesn't advertise or take reservations, but he always has a line around the block. They all say that when Kojaku touches your hair, it feels like you've died and gone to heaven. I just don't get it. If you told me a guy like this existed, I wouldn't believe you for a second if I didn't already know him.
とにかく、女遊びはほどほどにしとけよ。影で泣いてる女がどんだけいるんだか。
んなこと言ってもなしょうがねえだろう
Women are one of life's greatest pleasures.
女はこの世の宝だし女は綺麗で可愛いだからみんなに優しくしてやりたいんだよ
Uh-huh.
大好き。
まあ、それはそれでいいんじゃないですかね。
Whatever floats your boat. I guess if you're into women, whatever.
お
ゴータクさん、早く。ちょっと、次は私が言ってもらう番なんだから。
I like this guy. He's pretty funny. As soon as I end the conversation, the women swarm Kojaku. He shoots me a look from the center of the
あ
crowd.
あそうだまた近々お前んとこ行くからタエさんによろしく
へいへい。
I shrug and walk off. Still, the guy never gets enough, huh? I mean, he must like it, but I know I would hate to be the center of all that attention. I guess he's a special breed. I head for the courier, leaving the crowd behind. Delivery works. There it is. I step through the automatic doors.
いらっしゃいませ。あら、青葉ちゃん、毎度。
Hello.
お疲れ様です。
I bowed to Miss Yoshi and set the paper bag on the counter. A small dog with long, shiny fur sits proudly on the counter, watching me intently. That's Clara, Miss Yoshi's all-mate. Are actual animals, like, died out or
これ
something?
お願いします。
はいはい、預かるわよ。
Miss Yoshi checks the address with practiced hands, then pushes a nearby button. A box next to the counter opens. She tosses the bag inside. This outfit specializes in delivering packages within the old residential district, a welcome service in a town where transportation isn't readily available. In any case, my work here is
それ
done.
じゃ失礼します。
青葉ちゃん、この後お店へ戻るの？
There was a post I saw online about the what's it called? Detroit Become Human, where they were like, why did you give humans, why did you make the AI like a human and make it want to be free from your control? Why not instead just make it like a dog with Dr. Octopus tentacles so it could help out around the house? And looks like we're seeing a vision of that future.
いや、今日は帰ります。店長が店早く閉めるから、これ終わったら帰っていいって。
あら、そうなの。いいわね。だって今夜はダンナラの最終回じゃない？リアルタイムで見られるじゃないの。
ダン？何ですか？
やったもうこの間教えてあげたばっかりじゃない。
You know I don't pay attention to you when you talk.
あ、そうでしたっけ？何でしたっけ？
ドラマよ、ドラマ。チークダンスでさようならよ。今日でついにどちらをパートナーに選ぶか決まるのよ。私は断然カイザー松岡がいいと思うの。あの爽やかな笑顔にちょっぴりのすっ気がたまらないのよね。
はあ。
Miss Yoshi twirls her hair around her finger with a dreamy, girlish look in her eyes. I mean, she's not a bad person or anything.
じゃあ俺そろそろ。
She's just insanely annoying.
そういえばね、アバちゃん、聞いた？ほら、あの話よ、あの話。もしかしたら知ってるかもしれないんだけど。
Miss Yoshi beckons me closer, a serious look on her face. I like that clicking to the next line doesn't cut off the audio if the next line is just like normal text, like it's not another voice line. That's good. She's really not a bad person. Swallowing a resigned sigh, I lean closer. There are no other people in the shop, but for some reason she speaks in a whisper.
ほら、北の氷河谷あるじゃない？あの治安が悪い地区。もともといい噂のないところだけど、最近特に物騒な噂を聞くのよ。
はあ。
あの辺にね、超極悪非道な死刑囚がリーダーをやってるチームがいるらしいのよ。
Police confirmed to exist.
ああ、スクラッチでしたっけ？なんかやばい連中が最近よく出没するみたいですね。
そうそう、刑務所の囚人たちで作られたチームらしいじゃない？確かちょっと前にもあの辺で誰か誘拐されたとか建物が壊されたとかそんな話があったでしょ？怖いわよね。夜道なんておっちょ一人で歩けないわよ。警察なんて全然頼りにならないしね。それどころか警察だって私たちに何するかわからない。
Police bad, confirmed. We're learning so much about the world building. She's not wrong about that. The old residential district police are no better than the gangsters themselves. Rub an officer the wrong way and you could get beaten or even arrested. Wow.
私も早く帰りたいわ。ねえ、もし帰りに襲われちゃったりしたらどうしよう。
え？
Miss Yoshi shoots me a meaningful look.
大丈夫じゃないですかね。
That's not what you should say in this situation.
なに？青葉ちゃんひどい。私の一体何が大丈夫だって言うのよ。
Such a hater, yeah.
あ、じゃあ俺はこの辺でお疲れした。
ちょっと
Another voice stops me before I can leave.
え？
あの青いのはどうしたのかしら。
あら、クララちゃん、レンちゃんに会いたいの？そうよね。クララちゃんとレンちゃん仲良しだものね。
Taking Clara into her arms, Miss Yoshi shoots me an expectant look.
あ、今日はあいにくい家に。
Liar.
そのカバンに入っているんでしょ。私に挨拶もしないで帰るつもり？
No way out. I'm sorry, Ren. You'll just have to grin and bear it. I take Ren out of my bag and gently pat his head to wake him up.
どうした？レン、クララちゃんにご挨拶。
Ren's ears and tail drop. Clara stares down at him from her place in Miss Yoshi's arms.
どうしたの？まだ眠っているのかしら。
ごきげんよう、クララ。
ごきげんよう、レン。
Clara wags her tail happily. Miss Yoshi smiles too.
クララちゃんとレンちゃんは仲良しね。
それじゃあ挨拶も終わったし、今度こそこの辺で。
ああ、待って、ちょっと待って、おばちゃん。
え？
もう一つだけ。ちょっと待ってね、悪いわね、帰るところ。
It's night by the time Miss Yoshi lets me go.
お疲れ。避けて通れないのであれば仕方ない。
Ren is curled up in my bag, exhausted from his ordeal. Despite the attitude, Clara seems rather fond of Ren. She asks about it whenever I see her. While users can adjust their all-mates' personalities to some degree, they are largely shaped by their environment. As a result, you can never tell when two all-mates will connect. Ren doesn't seem to like Clara very much, but unfortunately for him, I find the whole situation kind of funny.
なんとか。
After she stopped me the last time, Miss Yoshi made me eat this whipped cream slathered monstrosity she'd made in cooking class. My stomach is killing me.
さあ、帰るか。
Feeling like a couple of soldiers who narrowly escaped death on the battlefield, we start toward home. Night is in full swing on Aoyagi Street, the darkness washed away by lights and brilliant neon signs. There are no zoning laws in the old residential district. Even in the middle of the day, the crooked skyline ensures that some parts of the city never see the sun. But when night falls, things really change. That's when the Ribstees come out of the woodwork. The Ribstees are young men who form gangs or teams to brawl each other over turf. This game, if you can call it that, is also known as Rib. Rib was popular before Rhyme, so the Rib gangs look down on their digitized Rhymer cousins. They think they're just a bunch of nerds trying to act cool. Still, more and more Ribstees are making the jump to Rhyme, and that means everyone's looking for a fight. Suddenly, someone grabs my arm from behind. The best, the favorite pastime of everyone in the whole world is just kicking the shit out of each other. It's a man with dyed red hair. He looks younger than me. Grinning green-haired man approaches next. Red and green. Is it Christmas or something? The red-haired one gives me a phony smile. I try to jerk my arm away, but the redhead glares and grips me tighter. Green-haired one flashes the tattoo on his wrist. A winking woman with enormous breasts straddling a big pink bomb. Wow, I'd kill the guy who put that on my skin. In any case, I haven't heard of Bug Bomb. Obviously, these two are small time, looking for fights to build their cred. The Leave Me Alone gang. Red and green look at each other, grinning like idiots. It's not that funny. Rib gangs always have a tag, a piece of art members tattoo on their body. If you don't have a tat, it means you're not in a gang, and that makes you an easy target. Red looks over my shoulder, glaring at the man who's appeared behind me. Is it the same guy, or is it another unrelated hottie in, like, red and black colored outfit? Green, meanwhile, is turned white as a sheet. It's the boss of Dry Juice! They're very creative with the names. This is Mizuki. The man behind me laughs as the two punks run off with their tails between their legs. Is Mizuki in the other one? Whatever it's called? The other game? I turn around knowing exactly who I'll see.
Yeah.
Mizuki! It's Mizuki, leader of Dry Juice, the biggest of the Rib Gangs. He has tan skin, black hair, and green eyes. The symbol of his gang, a teardrop, is tattooed beneath one eye. Or is there even, like, any overlap? In terms of characters? Is it just, like, set in the same universe? There's no overlap, okay. Is it just the same studio? Like, not even set in the same world? Ugh. He grins welcomingly, but I just shrug. I used to run with Mizuki back in the day. We got into all sorts of trouble. Though he's usually pretty laid back, he's also a guy you can depend on who knows when it's time to get serious. Rib fighters all think they're hot shit, so it's pretty impressive that he managed to unite so many to form the largest rib gang. Still, I have no intention of joining. Mizuki's expression darkens. It's kind of funny. I honestly can't blame Mizuki for feeling the way he does about Rhyme. I mean, you could make the same argument about Rib, that it's just a bunch of kids playing Capture the Flag. But I know Mizuki really cares about his team. That's probably why he can't just let trend hoppers slide. And then there are those disappearances. Nitro Press Chorale is just the Yaoi dev section of Nitro Plus. Okay. Piston Honda for Punch Out for the Wii. Well, I don't know what's going on, but gangs have started disappearing again. I don't think morphine is an urban legend. I think that's a real thing.
そうなんだけどな。
Morphine was a legendary rip gang that dominated the scene a decade ago. Their tag was a heart and a cross, all in black. The gang was cloaked in mystery. All anyone really knew was that they were invincible. Naturally, rumors gathered like flies. One popular rumor said they were behind the disappearances.
犯人がモリキネじゃないとなるともしかしたらライムやってる奴らの仕業じゃねえかと。
そうやちょっと話がぶっ飛びすぎだろ。
本気で言ってるわけじゃないぜ。ただ最近奴ら調子に乗ってきてるからな。
だからって神隠しまでやってしかも人の頭をおかしくするとかどんなことできんのか。そこまでやれるんなら何かしらの騒ぎになってるだろ。
いや分かってるって。だから俺も本気で言ってるわけじゃない。
Just then, we hear cheering nearby, followed by the thunder of footsteps as people race to the scene. Mizuki scowls.
ライムか。ああ、なんか気分悪いな。そろそろ行くわ。また今度店に顔出せよ。
なあ。
んじゃな。
Bye, Mizuki. Mizuki waves, then stalks away, pushing through the gathering crowd. Once Mizuki is gone, I turn toward the center of the commotion. While rhyme isn't exactly my boat, I don't have anything against it either. I was actually pretty curious the first time Mizuki brought it up.
どうした？なんでもねえよ。行くか。
I pat Ren's head and start to make my way out of the alley. But then, a white light swallows the world. Before I can figure out what's going on, a ball of light appears in front of me. It gradually assumes a human form, then reaches toward me with one hand. Its fingertips stroke my cheek, or at least I think they do. The next thing I know, I'm at the center of the crowd. Bodies press in from all sides. I'm trapped. A circle of light is floating above the ground, and inside it... Ooh! A woman with 8 arms appears, swaying slowly before coming to a stop. So this is Rhyme. I've never seen it up close before. The 8-armed woman is Usui, who precedes over all Rhyme battles. I say woman, but for some reason it has a deep, manly voice. Usui's hands flicker, the light grows brighter, and a huge virtual screen appears overhead. The fighters are already in the ring, preparing their all-mates. Is it like a Pokemon battle? Do they use the all-mates? Usui lifts its hands with a gentle grace, its elegant movements a sharp contrast to its booming voice. The monitor switches to a view of the field. The audience hoots and cheers. Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through my head. What the hell? Is the noise getting to me? Clutching my forehead, I glare at the crowd. I'm fine, but we should get going. I finally managed to muscle my way out of the roaring throng. Leaning against a nearby wall, I sigh and catch my breath. It's the twins, Chuckle and Fuck. I look up to see a familiar duo standing in front of me. I definitely recognize that voice. The second one? I guess it would be Trip. The Four Eyes is Virus. The big guy is Trip. I've known them for ages.
気分はどうだ？
まあまあ大丈夫。
こんなところでどうしたんです？ライムなんて珍しい。
I feel like I also recognize this guy's voice.
いやどうってこともねえんだけど、
もしかして興味湧いちゃいました？
全然そういうんじゃねえよ。
ぼんやりして巻き込まれたんじゃねえの？
I swear to God. It's
違うって。つかお前らこそ何こんなとこでフラフラしてんだよ。
he almost sounds like the Dio Part 3 Dio voice actor.
俺たちはお仕事ですよ。
ライムの連中、最近はしゃぐから。
The Rhymers have been getting a little out of hand lately. The old residential district is home to some pretty dangerous groups. These two belong to one of them. I met them ages ago when I was still a stupid teenager. Back then, I was always pissed off about something. I'd spend my nights trolling for brawls in Wanabashi. In the end, all that adolescent posturing got me was a trip to the hospital after I picked a fight with the wrong guy. Yeah, I was kind of a loser. The only people who really know what I got up to back then are these two and Granny. I lost touch with them until we reconnected a few years ago. By then, I got a part-time job, and they had joined the Yakuza. Considering that the police here are basically Yakuza too, it's never really bothered me.
それにしても相変わらずお前ら似たような格好してんな。双子見て。
双子じゃありませんから。
Oh, okay.
青葉さんはお仕事の方は順調ですか？
I swear.
ああ、アイスクリーム屋さんだっけ？ペンギンのエプロンの。あれは1日でクビになったんだっけ
1日じゃない、3日。今はジャンクショップの店員やってるよ。
ああ、なんだっけ平等
Dum Dum.
平凡。もう結構長く続い
He
てるし。
literally works at Dum Dum.
青葉さんに平凡なんてネーミング合いませんけどね。もし暴れたくなったらいつでも声をかけてください。
I like their outfits a lot. They have like the matching but reversed colors, and he has the vest and the tie that's like not all the way up, and the top button is unbuttoned, and he's got the suit that's the black color, and then the tie that's really good.
うち割と羽振りいいのでおすすめですよ。
気持ちだけ受け取っとく。
青葉さんの戦ってる姿また見たいって今でもよく思うんですけどね。
そうそう、俺たちファンだからな、青葉の。
I swear, he literally like... What just happened? He like had a vision of a lady stroking his face, and then he teleported into a fight, and he was like, what the hell? And then he ran out and he's like, it's probably nothing. A roar goes up from the audience, but then... I also recognize this guy. An even louder voice cuts through the charged atmosphere. Brandishing a megaphone, a man charges in with several police officers in tow.
ああ、うるさいのが来ちゃいましたね。
てめえらこんなとこで騒いでんじゃねえ。全員まとめて逮捕だ。
You're all under arrest! The match is over. Usui vanishes in a puff of smoke, and the fighters and spectators scatter. The guy with the megaphone is Akushima, a hard-ass detective who's as crooked as they come. He's jailed or beaten dozens of people on blatantly false charges. They call him the Grim Reaper of the old residential district.
ここは退散ですね。青葉さんも早く。
なあ。
バイバイ、青葉。
待てこの野郎。逃げんなこら。クソが逮捕じゃ。
I'm gonna check... Yes, we are still recording. And everything looks good still. Cool. Akishima looks like he's about to burst a blood vessel. I ignore him and take off running. Aoyagi Street is just ahead. Then I got ran over by a car and isekai'd into another game. As I run the corner, a motorcycle nearly runs me over. I stumble and fall backward. bike pulls up a short distance away. I stare at the driver in a daze. He doesn't get off, but his eyes are focused on me. Something about those eyes sends a shiver down my spine. The man speeds off without saying a word. I jump up, but he's already gone. Son of a bitch. He nearly ran me over, and he didn't even apologize. I mean, near misses like that aren't unusual in this part of town, but it still pisses me off. I like that he keeps asking, like, Abba, daijoubu ka? Are you okay? He's like, yeah, I guess so. Aww. Ren's concern soothes my anger. I'm safe. That's what matters, right? I start back towards home. I enter my neighborhood and soon reach my house. I saw this character in the opening sequence. Alba's grandma. A clap of thunder greets me the moment I open the door. I know from experience that the ringing won't go away anytime soon. Alba, daijoubu ka? Granny is perching menacingly on the landing, fuming as she scowls at me. No, Ren, she yelled at me. I'm sad. I've always wondered how such an old woman could make so much noise. I was almost late for work this morning, so I ran out of the house in a hurry. I mean, that's not that big of a deal, but it is kind of a big deal. He did apologize though, so it's fine. He's 23, oh no! That's the same age that I am. Granny is shaking with anger. The veins on her forehead are bulging. This is serious. She's fainted after getting too worked up before. He's gonna suddenly be more responsible, and then Granny's gonna be like, finally I can die! Granny snorts and stomps back into the kitchen. She seems to have settled down for the moment. Relieved, I take off my shoes and head inside. We might get into shouting matches like this on a daily basis, but we actually get along pretty well, all things considered. The fact that she can still yell like that is proof that she's healthy. I think her yelling is one of the things I'm going to miss when the time comes. I'm really grateful for her for raising me all by herself. Not that I'd ever say that to her face. Why not? Granny's in the kitchen, in the middle of serving up whatever she was sautéing in her frying pan. I wash my hands at the sink, grab 2 sets of chopsticks off the shelf and set the table. You might be wondering where my parents are. They were never the type to stay in one place. Even when they lived here with us, they would up and vanish for months, even years at a time. It was always like that, even when I was little, so I eventually got used to it, just being Granny and me. When they stopped coming back altogether, I was surprisingly okay. I guess I have the Granny to thank for that. After all the trouble I caused growing up, I just want to treasure the time I have left with her. A simple life is all I need. I like Alba. She lines up the food. Somen noodles, tuna, stir-fried shiitake mushrooms, and boiled greens, fried fish, and miso soup. I sit down with Granny and put my hands together. Being chased by the police made me hungry, so Granny's homemade cooking really hits the spot. While stuffing my face, I feel a sharp pain shoot through my skull. Here we go again.
食後に薬飲むのを忘れるんじゃないよ。
うん。
I've suffered from frequent headaches ever since a painful indiscretion landed me in the hospital. Do images come through? I don't think they do. No, they don't. This is the second one today. No one's ever been able to figure out the cause. Ever since it started, I've been taking the medicine Granny prescribes. Did I mention Granny has a medical license? Yeah, she's kind of like the village doctor, always giving neighborhood folks checkups and meds. She has quite the reputation for being safer than other, less competent doctors who just take your money. I can vouch for that. Her pills are the only thing that have ever helped my headaches.
ごちそうさま。
After I finish eating, I take my medicine, clear the table, and head upstairs. In my room, I pull Ren out of my bag to wake him from sleep mode. My head is killing me. Thinking fresh air might help, I go out onto the balcony. The cool breeze feels nice. Leaning on the handrail, I sigh and look up at the sky. The overlapping buildings obscure my view. It hasn't always been like this. This island is once a beautiful place. Midorojima is a remote island to the southwest of mainland Japan. The island is known for its blue seas, white sands, and lush forests, or at least it was. That's ancient history now. Now, Platinum Jail dominates the island, occupying nearly a full third of its landmass. Crazy. Is that a Ferris wheel? That's pretty funny. They got a Ferris wheel. They got a big Dick's Sporting Goods, I guess. Yeah, that's a roller coaster. Is this like a full quadrant of Platinum Jail that's like a amusement park? Maybe this is a cool place to live. You can see big shots from the Toei Corporation, the company that built Platinum Jail, on TV all the time. Back when I was a kid, the Toei Corporation was trying to evict people from the island so they could start development. They managed to convince most of the island's residents to leave with promises of luxurious homes and exorbitant sums of money. But there were still some people who were too stubborn to go, like us. We weren't about to abandon our homes, no matter what juicy bait they dangled in front of us. And for a while, Toei left us alone. Toei's public stance on the issue was that they didn't want to force people out. In reality, however, they were already plotting to show us the error of our ways. It began with a reduction in basic utilities, explained as maintenance that never seemed to end. The livable sphere slowly shrank until the remaining residents were forced into what is now known as the Old Residential District. The once beautiful island is in shambles. How could the government allow this? Some of the islanders begged the government for help, but their petitions were all rejected. Finally, 3 years ago, Toei started requiring residents of the Old Residential District to get permission before they could leave the island. Permission they wouldn't grant, ever. I'm sure Toei's justification is that it's our fault for not leaving when we had the chance. That's weird. Why not? Nobody's ever allowed to leave? Noise at my feet snaps me out of my reverie.
今日メールからダウンロードしたデータだがどうする？ダウンロード？
Ren's question startles me off the handrail. I completely forgot. Back at the store while those kids were giving me trouble, my coil downloaded some kind of file.
そのデータウイルスは入ってなかったのか？検出されていない。中身は？プレイヤーがキャラクターを操ることで移動、情報収集を行い、敵キャラクターと戦って経験値を取得し、レベルを上げるタイプのゲームだ。ああ、RPG ね。有料なのか？有料ではない。へえ。ってことは悪ガキどものせいでうっかり購入したってわけじゃないのか。どっかのお試しアプリかな。不明だ。ま、変なのじゃないならやってもいいかもな。暇つぶしに。起動するか。頼む。了解。
Cradling Ren in my arms, I go back inside and sit on the bed. Save me. Someone. Please. Save me from this place.
ずいぶんレトロな画面だな。
I bet those kids have never seen anything like this. Even I've only seen games this old in videos. The game's logo appears after the message from the princess. It's Silent Oath. Man, it's so old it almost feels new. I pressed the start button. It's so retro. Okay. They should actually let me play. That'd be funny. To be continued.
あれ続きもんなのかこれ。定期的に配信されてくるとか。
そのようだ。
なるほどね。まさしく暇つぶしにはもってこいって感じの短さだ
It
な。
was 1 minute long. It's the perfect length. I don't really know if it was all that entertaining, but I might play more when the next installment comes out. A yawn spills from my mouth as I close the game. I was so focused on the game I didn't realize how tired I am.
そろそろ寝る準備でもしますかねっと。
I close the sliding glass door to the balcony and its curtain, then head to the bathroom. The next day, I'm sitting behind the counter at Humdrum Junk, like usual. Damn headaches. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. My head's been pounding ever since I woke up. I even took my medicine after breakfast. Maybe I'm getting sick.
青葉くん、ちょっと配達をお願いしたいんですけど。
I hear Mr. Haga clattering around in the back of the store.
手伝います。
I try to stand up, but my legs wobble. I quickly grab the counter.
青葉くん、大丈夫ですか？
すいません。ちょっと立ちくらみが。
座っててください。こっちは大丈夫ですよ。どうしました？青葉くん。
I never noticed that you have a little pom-pom on top of your head. That's so funny.
いえ、すげえなと思って。
いやいや、そんな。
お掃除お掃除
Mr. Haga's all-mate, Junker, dances around him in circles.
あ、凡人くん。奥の方をお願いします。
奥奥
Pretty good design on this one, too. I think, it must be like an older model, probably. It's speaking much less fluidly than Ren is, and Ren... Alba was already like, I don't want to ever get rid of Ren, even if he becomes out of date.
そうそう。それでですね、この品物の配達をお願いできますか？
Mr. Haga pulls a small paper bag out of his pocket.
昨日の夜中にお客さんから注文が来てたんですけど、速達指定なんです。
I look at the slip on the package. It's going to an address here in the east corner. Definitely would be faster to deliver it directly from the shop.
もうすぐ仕入れ先の業者さんが来るから、私は店を離れることができなくて、すみません。
大丈夫ですよ。すぐ行ってきます。
お願いします。
Mr. Haga smiles, then goes down to the basement. My head still feels like a brick, but I have work to do. I have to tough it out. I smack myself lightly to clear away the funk, then pick up my bag and the package and head outside.
この道入った方が早いんだっけ？
I make my way down Aoyagi Street, Ren navigating. As I walk alone, I notice a familiar tag all over the walls of the alley. It's the Phantom Thieves. Beni Shigure, the Crimson Rain, Kojaku's gang. These tags are how Rib gangs stake their claims. This is part of Kojaku's territory. Kojaku's gang isn't that big. Not that many people know that Kojaku is a rib steez in the first place. Thanks to Kojaku's popularity with women, he's often wound up in brawls with jealous men. But he's never lost. Over time, his strength earned him some male fans as well, and this became his gang. I think the way he looks after them shows the kind of guy Kojaku is. He's not one to turn away people who look up to him. Many ribstees join gangs because they admire the leader. Such members often take after their idol, which is why you see so many men wearing kimonos in Beni Shigure territory. They might look like bad news at first glance, but they're all good people. They help old ladies carry their bags and lost children find their parents. That's funny. That's why Beni Shigure is pretty popular in the old residential district. Kojaku is to thank for that too. Probably.
Yes.
I exchanged greetings with a couple Beni Shigure members who were chatting with a police officer. The police in the old residential district are corrupt, but some will mingle with regular folk if they're in the right mood, or there's money involved. Some ribstees take such opportunities to fish for useful information or get a pass on some misdemeanor. Whatever works for them, I say. As I make my way further down the street, I hear some excited voices coming from up ahead. It's a man and two women walking arm in arm. It's this fucking guy. I knew it. It's Kojaku. I really don't want to see him right now with his fans around, but it's already too late to escape. I tried to keep the grimace off my face. He's got a little birdie! Kojaku's all-mate, Benny, is flying next to him. Ren pops his head out of my bag. The woman looks at me, sizing me up. Well, sorry that the amazing Kojaku's friend doesn't measure up. Though I've known the guy since I was little, it's not like we spent our whole childhood together. Kojaku is originally from the mainland. He came to the island with some mother and then went back to the mainland a few years later. We'd lost touch after that for a while, until suddenly, about 3 years ago, Kojaku came back, this time by himself. He'd grown a lot, but the way he talked and smiled were still the same old Kojaku. We started hanging out again after that. Kojaku often stops by my place to get a taste of Granny's cooking. I try to play it cool, but I'm actually surprised. Do I really look that sick? The women react to my jab before Kojaku can. I'll never understand how he spouts crap like that. I like that it has like a heart on its face. It's cool. He's a white knight. It's so funny. Before I can leave, one of the women stops me. She's gonna do the thing where it's like, look, you got something on you, and then smack him on the nose. The woman reaches out with her slender fingers and brushes something off my collar. Oh, I'm sure you do. The woman suddenly looks at me like she noticed something. Giggling, one of the women reaches for my hair. Ooh. We get a decision. My instinct is okay. So I got the sorry cop in Disco Elysium, so my instinct is to like pacify. So I want to hit I hesitate. But if that's gonna put me on the route where the whole place gets exploded, I'm not gonna do that. So you can give me a pointer if that's not what I should do, but I'm probably gonna hit I hesitate if not. Do 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 do. Wow, your long hair is just like a girl's. Fuck you! Like I said, the route order doesn't matter super too much. It's like, this is setting up route flag points, not putting you onto separate routes. So you should save here, but you don't need to save for any other choices. Okay. Ooh, there's a return to previous choice. That's kind of interesting. None data. No, just go back. Exit. Many users are very attached to their allmates. Okay, my eyes got wide because I thought that said very attracted. Allmates also play an essential role in the virtual game Rhyme. But I'm too late to avoid it. Don't touch me! Reach up to push her hand away. But before I can, Kojaku gently takes the woman's hand and presses it to his cheek. She instantly turns bright red. Oh, I can right-click! Wow! Technology. She instantly turns bright red.
やだ、そんなこと。そうよ、ゴージャクさんの前でひどいわよ。っていうか、羨ましいんですけど。ごめんなさい、そんなつもりじゃ。
謝るなよ。別に怒ってるわけじゃね。
Kojaku releases the woman's hand with a smile. Phew, he saved my ass. He knows how much I hate it when people touch my hair. It's times like these when I wish I could be more like him. Kojaku smiles at me.
なんだよ。どうした？いい男だから見とれたか。
Oh, you know it.
言ってろカバ。
ちょっと、ゴージャクさんに向かってカバとは何よ。
I flash Kojaku a grateful smile. He responds with a wink. He's really got his cool guy act down pat.
それじゃもう行くから。
おう、気ぃつけてな。
I wave goodbye to Kojaku and get on my way. It's not just like that I want to pacify everybody, it's that I want to be nice to everybody. My destination is close. A left turn and then a straight shot down the street. Just as I round the corner, I see a man hunched over on the side of the road. He's mumbling something, but I can't make it out. You see a lot of that in town these days. People sitting on the ground, staring blankly at the sky, or mumbling to themselves like this guy. It's not exactly a new thing, but it feels like there are a lot more of them lately. Anyway, best to keep your distance. I quickly walk past. The alleys are narrower here, and particularly dark. There must be a lot of restaurants, too. There are a lot of restaurants, too, so the area is full of savory smells and smoke.
なんか急速に腹が減ってきた。
このまま放置すれば、約1時間後に胃酸過多による胃痛が起きるだろう。
So true.
何それ？俺の胃荒れてんの？
昨日の食事が影響している。あとは睡眠不足の影響も多少ある。
Sleep deprivation.
ああ、吉江さんの。
That thing was ridiculous. A strange feeling stops me in my tracks. I could have sworn someone was staring at me. I look around, but no one in the area stands out. I must have imagined it. Feels like missing a step on a staircase. That's a good description. I didn't swat the girl's arm away, and now I'm like... Oh, the game crashed. Wow. Okay. Let's hit to open it up again. I guess it's broken and it's not an intentional part of the game for sure. Do not attempt to recreate or otherwise mimic anything from this game. Okay. So boring. What if I want to? Do I just start or do I go from here? Probably go from here, right? That cutscene was going to play was just too powerful for your computer? I guess so. I can click through this. Oh, what's the skip? Skip is control. Oh, but I guess I can only skip stuff I've already seen. Oh, there we go. The world around me freezes in place, then streams towards my feet at an unbelievable speed. A sharp pain rips through my skull. I have no idea what's going on. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. My thoughts are muddy. My hands and feet are tingling. Suddenly, the world changes. A glowing wireframe floor extends as far as the eye can see. It's like I'm in some kind of game. A blue glow appears in front of me, growing into a human shape. I almost topple over when I see who it is. No way! It's Ren! And I like that his like icon on here kind of looks like two eyes and like a little smirk with a dog nose. I'm sure it's like a character, but it kind of looks like a little doggy face. Oh, Ren pushes me away and I tumble to the floor. A powerful blast of air passes just above my head. My eyes go wide when I see what it is. A rabbit. No, a person wearing a rabbit's head. Thank you. Thank you for coming on this felicitous occasion. Shall we get the party started?
来るぞ。来るったってどうすれば。え、うわっ、ぶねえ、おい、ちょっと待てよ。俺ライムとか関係ねえし、やめろっつうの。は？なんで俺の名前つか、なんだよそのスライなんとかって。ライムなんてやったことねえよ。だからやったことねえって。ダメだ、話になんねえ。逃げるぞ。レイ、どうにかなんねえのか。ここから抜ける方法とか。
試行しているがログアウト自体が無効化されているようだ。
マジなんなんだよライムって。うわっって
青葉、大丈夫か？
結構本気でいてんだけど。
ライムでは実際の肉体にダメージを受けることはない。全て脳内の錯覚だ。それ以上の影響が出ないように制御されている。
Oh, so when you're playing it normally, it doesn't feel like you're getting the shit kicked out of you, I guess?
だがこのフィールドはダメージ値の制御が
Maybe.
何らかの理由で外されているようだ。
それってつまり
こちらでダメージを受けると肉体にも何らかの影響を及ぼす恐れがある。
最悪じゃねえかや。
It feels like you're getting the shit kicked out of you, but it doesn't hurt you in real life. I see.
逃げても無駄だよ。
I see. What fun. I shouldn't poo-poo it too much. All the fun of violence without any of the long-term side effects would probably be pretty popular.
チッチセット。ラジャー。
Shit. There's no way I can dodge in time, but just as I brace myself for impact, Ren leaps in front of me.
大丈夫か。頭がレン、K セットだ。
青葉、
いいから早く。
了解。
Jubilation.
ふざけてるな。
Attribute Holy.
オールメイトはアーマーなしで旧型。なめてんのか。
Sly Blue. That's a cool name for him.
すっぴんとか言って完全にふざけてるね。
さっさと潰すか。
Ooh.
敵の攻撃を確認。損失察知。耐久度12低下。
あいつ。俺今何を。
How did he know what to do is the real question.
なんだよ今の。
青葉が俺に攻撃の指示を出した。
攻撃？なんだそりゃ。そんなの知らねえぞ。でもさっきのなんか口が勝手に動いたような感じで。
青葉、また来る。指示を。
指示って言ったって。でもやんねえとやばいんだよな。さっきみたいに。で、坊やだ。
了解。
フォーセット。
I wish it was a bunch of this clip of the rabbit saying Roger, but them all like on top of each other. Because there's a bunch of them, but it just sounds like one. Instead of it being like... That'd be funnier. It's like all of them say that. That didn't work.
敵の本体防御壁100%損傷。
期待するだけ
He wasn't that guy.
行くぞ。
撤収撤収。じゃないよ、待って。敵の本体防御壁すごい勢いで回復。40、50、70、90。
どういうことだ。あ、どうなってる。
アラートアラート、危険危険。
破壊と死を。
I really want a cheeseburger right around now. Yesterday was National Burger Day. Wendy's was selling burgers for 1 cent. 1 cent burgers. But I didn't go. I didn't go get a burger. When I come to, I'm laying on the sidewalk. I slowly push myself up, fighting the pain in my body. Though wobbly, I managed to stand. Clutching my head, I struggle to make sense of my jumbled memories. I was making a delivery when suddenly I got pulled into a rhyme match, and then that weird guy with a rabbit head showed up. And then it was like my mouth had a mind of its own. How? What happened to my delivery? I look around and see a furry blue lump on the ground. I pick him up and he doesn't respond. Oh no! I tap him gently on the head. After a beat, Ren opens his eyes. Relief washes over me.
特に大きな問題はない。本当にどっか壊れたとか。
Ren is so adorable.
一部データが破損している。
それって十分問題じゃねえか。
The rhyme battle must have damaged Ren too.
家帰ったら見てやるからな。
念のために頼む。
いや、つか俺の脳内データも破損しているっぽいんだよな。ウサギ頭と戦ったのは覚えてるんだけど、結局どうなったんだっけか。
He got taken over by his question mark percent power, like in Mob Psycho
俺のデ
100.
ータが破損しているのもそこから先だ。
そっか。ちょい待った。思い出してみるから。
Fighting through the pain in my head, I close my eyes and search my memories. But the harder I try to remember, the more it slips out of reach.
ダメだ。全然思い出せねえ。
それは仕方がないことだ。
そうか。なんで？
一般男性の記憶容量を100とすると、青葉の場合は。
今ここでそういう話かよ。ってあ。
青葉。
あれ？なんか目が回る。レン、お前いつから足8本？
I Why is everything spinning? Which way is down? I can't.
少し待ってよ
As Ren runs off, I start laughing. Whoa, 3 Rens, neat. Okay, that would, if I was in that situation, I would laugh too. And that's when I black out. Afterwards, Ren gets Mr. Haga and he takes me inside to rest for a while. Even though I lost the package he asked me to deliver, Mr. Haga just smiles and tells me to go home for the day. I take him up on the offer. Granny must not be home yet, as the house is still dark. After flipping the lights on in the entryway, I head for the kitchen, grab my medicine off the shelf, and take a bigger dose than usual. It really should be taken with food, but I need to get my headache under control. Maybe I'm just relieved to be home, but it feels like my exhaustion has suddenly caught up with me. I can barely move. Desperate to collapse into bed, I trudge up the stairs to my room. I take Ren out of my bag and set him on the bed, then take off my jacket and lie down. Phew! I lost the package I was supposed to deliver and even ended up leaving work early. I feel terrible, especially after the kindness Mr. Haga showed me. My best guess for who that rabbit guy is was the person on the phone at the beginning of the game who was like, I need a... You can do something extra for me? Ooh. And we're delivering something for them. And they're like beating us up because of that, maybe. Or something.
何やってんだ俺
It's all because of that weird rabbit head guy. And Rhyme. Is that what everyone's so worked up about? I slowly sit up. Thinking about that virtual space is just making me feel worse. My headache hasn't gone away. The medicine must not have kicked in yet. Fortunately, I have just the thing for times like this. There it is. I pick up my headphones from the pile with my jacket and put them on. I select one of my favorite songs on my coil, close my eyes, and let the music take me. Music has always helped me relax whenever I'm feeling restless or unwell. The something extra you could do for them is die! So true. It's just me and the music, everything else fades away. Slowly the music melts with my heartbeat. I feel myself drifting on the waves. The melody whirls me around, slowly caressing my body. The sound soaks through my skin and into my blood, circulating gently through my veins. Multicolored lights flutter through the darkness like delicate pieces of film. It feels pleasant, comforting. This is a place for me alone, where no one else can trespass. The discordant pain in my head and body grow distant as the peaceful sound spirals through me. Faint sighs spill from my lips, almost like the music is pushing them from my lungs. It feels so good. I'm in deeper than usual today. The world around me has ceased to exist. If I can just fall asleep like this, I know I'll wake up refreshed and recharged. If I can just fall asleep. A sound? I opened my eyes slightly, but I'm still pretty out of it. I don't know what I heard. Well, whatever. Probably nothing. Probably nothing to worry about. I close my eyes again. Do 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 do. This place, I know it well. I'm sitting on a sandy beach talking to someone. Someone whose words are more precious than gold. Words that seem to glitter in the sunlight. What did he say? I can't remember. Can't remember those precious words. Ouch. Something sharp is poking me. It's the bird. I jump up, the thing that was poking my face tumbles off and I catch it in midair. Oh, I didn't see the feet, the shoes in the previous, in the like profile. That's really funny. Benny glares at me, flapping his wings against my hand. I stand up, still clutching the shrieking Benny. Huh? Where's Ren? I find him curled up on the corner of my bed. He's in sleep mode. Which reminds me, he said he lost some data. I've got to take a look at him soon. But first, food. I'm feeling much better thanks to my nap. Even my headache is gone. My joints still ache, but I can move. When I leave my room, a delicious smell greets me from downstairs. Granny is back. When I look down at my coil, I realize it's already dinner time. How did it get so late? My neck has been really sore the past couple days. I ignore Benny's whining and poke my head into the dining room. Granny is at the counter. Kojaku is sitting at the table. He grins when he sees me.
よう。お、
はよ
その顔、今日も絶好調だな。
おかげさまで
I can't hold back a yawn.
これ
I toast Benny across the room to Kojaku, who catches them easily.
文句はご主人様に言えよ。つかそいつ使いっぱにするなよな。
しょうがねえだろ。寝起きのお前めんどくせえし。
そんなことねえだろ。
青葉、起きたんなら手伝いな。飯はもうできてるから。
はいはい。
While Kojaku laughs, I hurry to do Granny's bidding.
いつ来ても変わらねえな、タイさん。あの元気な声を聞くと安心するぜ。
毎日怒鳴られてみろよ。結構きついぜ。
I glare at him as I set the chopsticks out on the table. This only makes him laugh harder. Granny brings over the food while I pour 3 cups of tea. With dinner ready, I join everyone at the table.
いただきます。
Dinner tonight is blanched fish, konbu stir fry, and pork belly. I start with the pork belly. Delicious. I find that food tastes especially good after I've had a nice nap. So true. To my right, Kojaku shoots Granny a smile.
やっぱりタイさんの料理は最高だな。
いきなり押しかけてきて何言ってるんだい。
俺はちゃんと言ってあったんだぜ、青葉に。
I glare at him again.
近々って言ってただろうが。
そういうお前もグースか寝っぱなしだったじゃないか。いくら呼んでもちっとも起きなかったよ。
それはまあそうだったんだけど。
でもこうやってちゃんと飯作ってくれるの本当ありがたいよな。
勘違いすんな。消費期限が切れそうなやつがあったからちょうどよかっただけだ
For
よ。
sure.
だからタエさん好きなんだよ。
うるさいわ。
Granny stuffs kombu into her face while Kojaku watches with a smile. Granny's actually surprisingly fond of Kojaku. Even though Kojaku came to the island with his mother, when we were kids, he was alone more often than not. That's why he spent so much time hanging out with me, and of course he ate plenty of Granny's cooking too. Knowing Granny, she might even think of him like a second grandson.
今日は泊まってくのかい？
Without missing a beat, Kojaku stops shoveling rice into his mouth and nods.
そのつもりだけど。
たく。お前はずうずうしいって言葉を知らんのか。
まいつものことだしな。ただ俺は仕事あるから朝はお前が寝てても叩き起こすよ。
逆だろ。なかなか起きねえお前を俺がいつ
Oh,
も
of
優
course.
しく起こしてやってんじゃねえか。
だよな。
お前ら。
Kojaku flashes an infuriatingly charming smile and goes back to stuffing his face. The banter continues until the food is gone. After showering, I head for the living room while drying my hair with a towel around my neck. Granny is watching TV while sipping tea. Kojaku isn't there.
ゴジャクは
2階へ行ったよ。お前の部屋にいるんだろう。
Hey, they got a pride flag up on the wall. I think that's what that's supposed to be anyway. It's pretty cool.
そっか。あ、そうだばあちゃん。
なんだ？
この間さ、すげえ頭痛くなった時あって薬飲んだんだけど、効きが悪かったんだよね。
Granny finally pulls her eyes off the TV to look at me. She's always told me to let her know if anything changes with my headaches.
全く聞かなかったのかい？
そうじゃないんだけど、いつもみたいには効かなかった感じ。
そうかい。それじゃあ薬の配合を少し変えようかね。
頼みます。
I bow deeply. Granny snorts, returning her attention to the TV. Alright, so Kojaku's in my room. I head upstairs. My whole body throbs every time I take a step.
でって。
I may not have any visible injuries, but I still feel a dull pain. That's what you get when you wanted sweet pickles and you reach into the bag and have a big... reach into the jar and have like a big pickle spear, but it was a dill pickle instead of a sweet pickle. There's something there. Might need some workshopping, but I'm onto something, I think. Is it because I took damage in rhyme?
頭の中で戦うっつったってなんだかんだで痛えんじゃねえかよ
You can fix it in the stream edit. I'm gonna be cutting out every single joke that like doesn't land, or like taking a recording of you laughing and editing it in every single time after everything funny I say. During that battle with that weird rabbit head guy, Ren said the damage limits were disabled. Is that even possible? Despite the pain, I finished climbing the stairs and headed into my room. Huh? Kojaku isn't there. Neither is Ren. But then I noticed the door to the balcony is open a crack. Oh, look at Ren! Ah. I look out to find Kojaku leaning against the railing. He's gazing at the city, a thin cigarette between his fingers, blowing white smoke through his pursed lips. I don't know why, but Kojaku only smokes in my room. Well, on the balcony of my room. He never does it in front of women or at work or when he's out drinking, just here. I guess he feels like he can let his guard down here. In public, he never drops his confident smile. He always looks like he's having fun, but maybe it's not so easy to have women hanging off you all the time. Kojaku brings the cigarette back to his mouth. Though his hands are angular and masculine. Masculine? Masculine! Something about the dim light makes his fingers look long and beautiful. Those fingers must be very nimble given his line of work. Kojaku is holding Ren with Benny on Ren's head. They both appear to be in sleep mode. I'd be worried about dropping them, but I trust Kojaku not to be careless. I grab the ashtray I keep in my room and open the door to the balcony. Kojaku smiles softly upon seeing me.
Oh, 風呂上がったか。
今にいると思ってた
ああ、ちょっとこれな。
In the form of nicotine, of course. Kojaku gestures with his cigarette.
お前ここ好きだよな
そうかそうかもな。
なんにも見えねえのに
まあな。でも何も見えねえのがいいんじゃねえの？
ん？そうなの？よくわかんねえけど。
Kojaku chuckles. I present the ashtray and Kojaku stubs out his cigarette. I set it down by my feet and join him at the railing. Kojaku frowns at me.
青葉、お前また？
ん？
髪だよ。もう少しちゃんと拭けって言ってるだろうが。
Kojaku reaches out. He's gonna touch my hair! I flinch at the thought. But it's not my hair he's going for. It's my nose!
ほんとお前の髪。仕事柄気になってしょうがねえよ。
やめれ。
I shake him off, but he just smiles.
髪結構伸びたな。またちょこちょこ自分で切ってるのか？
ああ、まあな。つか、本職にあんま見られたくないんだけど、適当だから。
いや、そう悪くはないぜ。ちゃんと整ってる。
本当？キャー、コウジャクさんに褒められるなんて嬉しい。
なんだその棒読み。
お前のファンの真似。
お前な。
I have a good reason for not getting my hair cut. I don't know why, but I was born with feeling in my hair. That means cutting it is seriously painful. What? Once I get past my shoulders, the sensation is dull enough that I can cut just the ends. People teased me relentlessly when I was little, saying I looked like a girl because of my long hair. Even a light touch sends chills up my spine, so when they thought it would be funny to pull my hair, needless to say, it was hell. When bullies tormented me, it was always Kojaku who came to my rescue. Actually, Kojaku thought I was a girl at first too. He was pretty surprised when he found out he was wrong, but his attitude towards me didn't really change. I have to admit, that made me happy.
お前、せっかく綺麗な髪なんだから大事にしろよ。
いつも思うけどさ、お前よくそういうこと平気で言えるよな。そういうとこはほんと昔から変わんねえな。
Feeling in his hair? I'm imagining, like, if Bart Simpson gets struck by lightning and it shows him, like, with all his hair burned off or something, it's just, like, fleshy but in the same shape. So he has like skin that grows out, and then it just like has little tufts of hair on top of it, and it makes it look like normal hair. Like, if he cuts it, is it gonna bleed? Only lines in N plus GC games are political corruption surrounding the Yakuza and the weirdest excuses to have the main guy be transgender. That's the excuse? Oh, I hate getting my hair cut because I have a strange condition which means that I was born with feeling in my hair. Instead of just like little hairs, there's nerve endings in them. Ugh. They didn't need an excuse though. He was trans before that line.
本当に思ってるから言ってるだけだ。お前だって昔は俺が褒めるとはにかみながら喜んでくれたんだけどな。
Kojaki affects a far-off dreaming look, and I give him the most annoyed glare I can muster.
ガキの頃だろ。覚えてねえし。
A dull pain shoots down my shoulders as I gently dry off the tips of my hair. This pain, is it still from Rhyme?
どうした？
いや、ちょっと。
ちょっとじゃねえよ。そういやさっきもぐったりしてたよな。
ああ。
なんだよ。ずいぶんもったいぶるな。
そんなんじゃねえけど。
Should I tell Kojaku about Rhyme? Kojaku can be pretty perceptive, so he already realizes something's going on. If I try to lie now, he's not going to buy it.
いや、今日さ、変な目にあって、なんつうの、ライム
に巻き込まれた？
それがいきなりでさ、配達中だったんだけど、気がついたらライムのフィールドにいたっていう。
夢の話じゃねえよな。違う。つうことは、ってそんなことあるもんなのか？
俺もよくわかんなかったんだけど、お前んとこの縄張りの近くだよ。あの辺の細い路地。
そんな話聞いたことねえけどな。
他にもなんか変でさ、臼井がいなかったんだよな。
そりゃ変だな。あいつがライムの開催してるようなもんだろ。変な装置もあいつと一緒に出てくるし。
だよな。それで
I tell Kojaku about the rabbit head guy, including the fact that he knew my name. As he listens, Kojaku's frown grows. He lets out a groan when I'm finished.
そいつはお前、もしかして辻斬りってやつじゃねえのか？
辻斬り？
俺もチームのやつらから聞いただけだし、詳しくは知らねえんだが、薄いなしで一方的にライムを仕掛けてくるやつらがいるらしい。そいつらのライムはルールも制限もない状態だから、仕掛けられた相手は半殺しにされることもあるって話だ。
じゃあ、俺のもその辻斬りだってのか？
I remember you had mentioned that Toa was like big transmask energy throughout the whole game. Toa, last name slow damage. And I was reading some of the lines earlier and I was like, did I misremember that? Are you talking about Ioba instead? But I guess it's just a universal constant in the N plus C games.
可能性はあるだろうな。気に食わねえな。
何が？
今回はなんとか逃げられたからよかったけどよ。もしまた仕掛けられたらと思うとな。
でも俺、ライムやったことねえのになんで誰かと間違えられたのか？
Come to Yaoi game, we have, quote, guy with a dead name and scars on his chest, quote, guy who everyone thought was a girl when he was a kid, quote, guy who is on his period. So true.
誰彼構わずって可能性もあるかもな。それと、誰かからものすげえ恨みを買ってるとか。
ねえよ、お前じゃあるまいし。
ひでえな。でも相手はお前の名前知ってたんだろ。
まあそうなんだよな。
うん。
公爵。
悪い。やっぱ今日は帰るわ。ちょっとやることを思い出した。
おお、そっか。
Kojaku pushes off the handrail.
体、本当に大丈夫なんだな。
Kwai, he's so close. Ooh. You sure you're okay?
な
なら信じるけどよ。何かあったらすぐ言えよ。
あ、分かってる。
よし。
Okay, he is a bit of a hottie. I don't want to put on airs. Kojaku flashes me a knowing smile and places his run in my hands. Then he collects Benny from Run's head and tucks him into his kimono.
な
Kojaku waves farewell and heads out. I go back inside and shut the door to the balcony behind me. After I set Run on the bed, I lie down next to him.
ライムか。
Was I really ganked? When we were on the rhyme field, Ren appeared in online mode and responded to my commands.
なんとか Z なんだっけ。
When it happened, my mouth just started moving on its own, almost like I was possessed. Ooh. What the hell was that? I like the character portraits changing in the middle of the lines, all the settings and hotkeys. It's the platonic ideal of visual novel, well designed. I definitely agree with the character portraits changing in the middle of lines. I did notice that. That was really nice. Why did it feel familiar? Felt kind of like it does when I'm turning on the charm with customers on the phone. Like when I know just the right words to say to win someone over. It's good that they can do that. Anyway, I wonder how often gankings happen. Maybe I should look into that. Kataga saying Brosy D Boys DID. So true. I'm gonna start doing that. That's really funny. Not that I really want to dig too deep. A message.
最新型のオールメイトか。
Spam. New models are coming out all the time. I skim the message, then close my coil. I've always been the type to develop sentimental attachments to things I use, but I guess most people in the world aren't like that. Whatever. Run's all I need. That's right. I need to give Ren a checkup. I sit on the bed and tap the furry blue lump in my lap. It's surprising to me that that's the case. That they would... That it's that, like, most people in the world aren't like that. I think most people in the world are like that, right? Most people do develop sentimental attachments to things that they use. Or maybe I'm projecting, I don't know. It seems surprising to me that they wouldn't do like, oh, this is a new model that you can transfer the brain of your old one into. Or something. Like how... The idea that you would, like, just be done with this, like, sentient friend that you've been walking around with and just, like, kind of throw it in the garbage is insane.
おはよう。おはよう。今からちょっと見るぞ。
Ren is an older model, so fixing any serious malfunctions would be a real pain in the ass. I have to make sure I keep a close eye on him and perform regular maintenance. I guess it's like buying a new Tamagotchi that also helps with your taxes. Yeah, but it's like buying a new Tamagotchi that speaks and like has a soul and is like, "Are you okay? I'd love to help you out as much as I can with whatever." I pick up a long cable connected to my desktop PC and plug it in the port beneath the fur on Ren's neck. I open up my coil and run a system diagnostic. This is interesting. Computer type dog, computer voice male, AI type rough, map type, area and place name, biosensor low, radar function provided. O meme? Pachi Pachi? Kind of interesting. Looks like your reaction speed. Oh. I pick up the toolbox sitting on the floor. Parting Ren's fur again, I use a screwdriver to open a small square hatch on the back of his neck. With most all mates, you can do all the maintenance you need to from your coil. But Ren is such an old model that I need to fiddle with his insides directly. Using tweezers, I pull some new chips from the toolbox and swap them out with the ones in Ren's neck. I shut the maintenance hatch, close the control panel, and unplug the cable, then pick Ren up. Aww! It's so sweet!
少し違和感があるが許容範囲内だ。
そっか、チップ変えたばっかだしな。もし不具合が出たらすぐ言えよ。
わかった。
It is. He loves his puppy doggy. Literally. Ah! I stroke Ren's back and nuzzle my forehead against his. Ah! I always do this after performing maintenance on Ren. I don't remember when I started, but it's become a kind of ritual, like knocking on wood. Aww.
これからもよろしく。
こちらこそ。
お前、いっつも返事それだよな。
何かおかしいか。
いや、全然。レンっぽくていいと思う。
その発言に対しては礼を言うべきなんだろうか。
そうだな。褒めてるか
ら。ありがとう。
こちらこそ。
I nuzzle Ren's forehead with mine again, then set him down on the bed. Ren never changes. No matter what, we'll always be together. Uh-huh. Famous last words. After that, I take my time putting away my tools, chatting with Ren all the while. Yay! What a good time. I'm so glad that nothing bad will ever happen in the rest of the game. The next day, I go to work like usual. Mr. Haga is doing inventory when I get in. All the visible penis-related moments in the rest of the game will definitely be due to like a mutually consenting relationship that Alba gets into with another character, and then they have sex 3 times over the course of the game. After marriage, they get married, and then they have... I have to apologize for what happened yesterday.
はい。昨日は配達すみませんでした。
え？ああ、いえいえ。そのことはもう。
His expression darkens, scaring me a bit. Maybe the customer yelled at him after I lost the package. If that's what happened, it's all on me.
本当にすみませんでした。できれば俺からもちゃんとお客さんに謝りたいんですけど。
そのことなんですけどね。
It was actually life-saving medicine, and you didn't get it to him in time, so he died. Sorry. Mr. Haga adjusts his glasses, a worried look on his face.
昨日の荷物、事前支払いが済んでしまっていたので、とにかく返金か再配達か伺いたくて、あの後も連絡を取ろうといろいろやってみたんです。コントロールセンターにも問い合わせてみたんですが、全くダメで。
ダメ？
はい。さっぱり連絡が取れないんです。届け先と依頼主が同じだったので、住所を調べてみたんですが、住んでいるのは違う名前の人で。
Huh.
品物についても全く覚えがないと言われてしまって。
それってつまりいたずらってことですか？
This is interesting. This is, it's like... So, this could have been maybe an effort to, like, intentionally lure Ioba over there. But why? And if it was the rabbit guy who did that, why would the rabbit guy not know who Ioba is? He knew Ioba's name, but he was like, come on, man. This loser, he like wasn't familiar with him. He didn't know that he didn't play Rhyme at all.
その可能性が高いですね。何のためにそんなことをしたのかは分かりませんけど。
It's weird. And like if it was supposed to be specifically for him, wouldn't he have been like taunting him maybe? He's right. If it was a prank, what would the prankster even get out of it? They already paid for the item. They'd just be out that money.
このまま何事もなければいいのですが。
Curious.
なんとなくすっきりしませんね。
そうですね。
Very interesting. I was dragged into that rhyme battle during that delivery. Could they be related? And also, if they were specifically targeting Ioba, how would they know that Ioba would definitely deliver it himself? Is it not conceivable that he could have had someone else do it? Or delivered it to the courier again? An air of unease hangs over us, but there's no more time to look for answers.
おっと、仕事仕事。
Hit nut. Mr. Haga hurries out of the shop. I don't like leaving it like this, but Mr. Haga's investigation turned up nothing, and I have no further clues.
さてと、俺も仕事仕事っと。
Resolved to forget about it, I take my place behind the counter. The morning passes uneventfully. After breaking for lunch, I start my afternoon shift. Mr. Haga's out, leaving me alone in the shop.
はい。はい。では、またのご利用をお待ちしております。
I take a breather after getting off the phone with a customer. The usual voice trick worked on that guy, so I managed to sell him all sorts of crap. It was a little annoying, though. He'd called before and hadn't wanted to hang up. I'm still shaking off my disgust when the doorbell rings. A customer? I stop leaning on the counter and stand up straight.
よーそうば青ば遊びに来た。
お前らかよ。
It's just the evil trio. What if they turned out to be the people who did this? Big antagonists, 3 local kids who are terrible. Let out an exaggerated sigh and go back to leaning on the counter. Nothing good ever comes from them showing up.
どうせ悪さするんだろうが、帰れ帰れ。
青葉うざい。
Yeah, so are you.
うざい。
Yeah, so are you.
あんたは黙ってなさいよね、青葉。
Right back at you. These stupid rats. They immediately find Junker and start chasing him around.
あ、いたわよ。待って待って。捕まえろ。
Poor Junker. Junker flees as fast as he can. He's clever for an all-mate and surprisingly agile too, so he's not exactly easy to catch, but that only makes the brats more determined.
こらこらこらこら。お前ら走るな。
あ、もう。待って。
One of these big comedy screws is gonna fall on one of their heads.
あんたたち早く捕まえなさいよ。
Hold on, that shelf is wobbling. And that cardboard box sure looks like it's about to fall. Cardboard box! I probably should get up and stop it. But the thought is a moment too late.
ああ。
やだ、なんか壊れた。壊れた。
壊れたじゃねえ。お前ら。
うわ、青葉が怒った。怒った。短気な男は嫌われるわよ。
All 3 of them have a band-aid on their face. I wonder why that is.
うるさい。このこら。お前も。
I grab the 3 of them by their collars and toss them out of the shop. This is going to be a harder game to stream the later it gets because my tongue gets like more and more tired. So I can very easily imagine myself like having a harder and harder time reading stuff out.
ひどい。最低。
うるさいうるさい。大人を怒らせると怖いんだぞ。
I put my hands on my hips, doing my best impression of an intimidating teacher.
たく、いつもいたずらばっかしやがって。ちょっとは反省しろ。ほんでとっとと家に帰れ。
うっさい、黙れバカ。バカ青葉。あんたダサいのよ、いちいち。
お前らな。
Why, you little...
いいから言うこと聞け。
The brats take off running. Damn it, that was pretty immature even for me. Those brats just really get to me, you know? I guess I'd better clean up the mess they left. I assume this line, it sounded like...
いいから言うこと聞け。
It sounded like maybe he swore there. Would have been nice to have him say, like, "Get the fuck out of here!" Sheesh. I thought I heard something just now. Something fell out of the sky. It's another character from the opening. Gas mask guy. Looks like a man. But a man from the sky? He's lying face down on the pavement. He's not dead, is he? The man gets up, groaning. Phew, he's alive. My relief is fleeting, though. When the man looks up, I freeze. He doesn't have a face. No, wait, that's a gas mask. Well, that was unexpected. The man looks around, ruffling his hair. He seems fine, but it sounded like he hit the ground pretty hard. Why is he wearing a gas mask? He turns to look at me. I blink and hold my breath, hoping he'll ignore me and go away. No such luck. He walks right up to me.
Master, 無事で何よりです。
Master?
マスターの声がしたので来ました。
What the hell is he talking about?
どうかしましたか？
いや、多分人違いだと思うんですけど。
Prosody.
人違い？
俺、マスターとかいう人じゃないし。
いえ、マスターはマスターですよ。
だから違いますって。俺はあんたのこと知らないし。
そんなはずはありません。僕は昨日マスターをここへ運んだクリアです。
クリア！
昨日運んだ
？Yesterday. Come to think of it, I woke up here after getting sucked into that rhyme battle.
もしかして、お前が俺にライムを仕掛けたのか？
I couldn't see the rabbit guy's face, but I think he had a similar outfit.
いいえ、それは僕ではありません。ですが、僕はマスターがマスターだと思ったので。
Is this another all-mate, maybe? We're going in circles.
昨日、マスターの声が聞こえました。破壊と死。
え？
That sounds kind of familiar.
なんでお前がその言葉？
Suddenly, he pinches my cheeks.
マスター、なんだか昨日とは違いますね。どこが違うかというと、
You seem kind of different in some sort of way.
強いて言うなら、顔も声もだらしないように思います。
The guy in the gas mask shakes his head with a sigh. What is with this guy?
はい。
Damn, that hurt. What's wrong with this guy? He cocks his head to the side, puzzled as I rub my cheeks with tears in my eyes.
再度お尋ねしますが、あなた本当にマスターですよね？
だから違うって言ってんだろ。
それはありません。
I take some deep breaths, trying to cool my head. Calm down, he's just trying to get you riled up. I decide to turn the tables. He's playing dumb, but maybe he'll show his true colors if I piss him off enough. If he was the rabbit head guy from yesterday, I have every intention of delivering some payback.
Oi.
I launch a kick at his ass.
Ah!
He arches backward, clutching his butt. Anime dub actor voices Anime Monokuma. Ooh. Utsumi Gridman. Ooh. And Kaoru. Ooh. I don't know who Nobody is, though. Oh, it's not a character. You're saying that they don't voice anybody.
そんなマスター、やめてください。
は？
He sinks to his knees, wailing.
やめてください、マスター。これ以上はもう割れません。
He's got jokes. Yeah, no way he's the same guy. I should get this over with and send him on his way.
とにかく俺はマスターじゃないし、あと仕事あるから戻るんで、じゃ。
僕はどうすれば？
帰れよ。
わかりました。
He nods obediently and starts digging around in his pockets. Slowly, he pulls out a vinyl umbrella. How the hell did that fit in there? Another big choice. Wonder what Casey's gonna ask me. Wonder how spoilers come through. Oh, spoilers aren't marked in the... Okay, that's pretty good. That's good to know. Spoilers are not marked in the chat preview that appears in OBS. That's like critical information. So if you're gonna talk about spoilers for the game, don't talk about it in this chat. Why the umbrella?
傘なんて出してどうするんだ
Everyone is posting about King Candy on my Tumblr feed?
はい。何がでしょうか。
いや、それ傘だよな。お前。
そうですね。それがどうかしましたか。
別に今雨降ってねえし、なんで出したんだ？
雨。ああ、確かに雨の日は空から水滴が降ってくるので、傘を差せば濡れませんよね。
This guy is something else. Bye, Casey.
今度からはそうしてみたいと思います。ありがとうございます。ではまた。
He opens the umbrella, spins around, and walks away.
なんだったんだ。
I like that guy. I watch him go, shaking my head.
店戻ろう。
Alba when he sees the most quirky guy of all time. He's SMH my head. Feels like I had an encounter with a mischievous spirit or something. Let's pretend that never happened. When I get back inside, I find Junker all shaken up. Right, I completely forgot. Those brats made a complete mess of the shop. First the kids, then some weird guy in a gas mask. Today's just one of those days. Fighting off a wave of exhaustion, I start cleaning up. That evening, after I finished work, I head to Mizuki's with a package. We'd gotten an order from Mizuki's shop, so I figured I'd take the opportunity to stop by. Mizuki's shop, the Black Needle, is just north of Humdrum Junk. It started as just a tattoo parlor, but after he turned the waiting room into a bar, it became something of a social spot too. Tattoos are pretty popular in the city, both as fashion statements and to indicate rib affiliation, so Mizuki's shop does pretty well. Of course, Mizuki is one of the artists, so he'd ink me if I asked. I have no interest in that stuff, though. The sun is starting to set by the time I approach the Black Needle. This is dry juice territory. Gang members dot the area. I'd gotten to know some of them through Mizuki, so I usually don't have any trouble passing through.
青葉さん。おう、久しぶり。水木さんに用っすか？うちに注文入ってたからさ。
水木さん、今たまり場ですよ。
そっか。じゃあそっち行ってみるわ。
It's not far. The dry juice base is huge, encompassing several alleys. It's expanded over time as their membership has grown. The members are scattered through the various alleys, but Mizuki can always be found in the same spot. On the stage. He's standing in front of a staircase covered with a large dry juice tag, talking to some of his members. He waves me over when he sees me.
毎度あり。平凡宅急便です。
ああ、頼んどいたやつか。サンキュー。
I hand in the package and send the receipt with my coil. Once Mizuki confirms it, the delivery is complete.
わざわざありがとな。お前んところ店ってマイナーなパーツも扱ってるから頼りになるよ。
I like this setting. The only thing that could make this better is if there were like actual robot people walking around. That would be really good. The robot animals are fun. It's a neat twist, but I want robot people. I'm hungry. I guess if I have any important she doesn't know lol LMAO messages to send, I can put it in a spoiler tagged image. That's true, because that won't show up.
店長に伝えとく。
I'll let Mr. Haga know you said that.
この後はもう帰るのか？
なあ。
お疲れ。今から店戻るからさ、なんか飲んでけよ。
じゃあお言葉に甘えて。
I follow Mizuki out of the alley. Gang members greet him as we walk by. A few even bow formally, to which Mizuki smiles awkwardly in response. Ooh. The Black Needle is tucked away in a black building with only a little sign identifying it. Stepping through the door, I'm immediately greeted by upbeat music. The waiting room, which also doubles as a bar, is much bigger than you'd think from the outside. In the dim light, I see a few people lounging on couches, reading magazines, or chatting quietly. To the left is the front desk, and to the right is the bar. The door in the back leads to the tattoo studio. While I check out the shop, Mizuki starts talking to the part-timer at the front desk.
なんか今日客少ない？
I ask casually after Mizuki's finished. His expression darkens.
そうだな。
どうした？
いや、ほら、昨日話しただろ。神隠し。
あ
あれのせいもあると思うんだよな。客減ってんの。
あ。みんな怖がって出歩かなくなってるとか？
まだそこまでの影響は出てないだろうが、全体的に落ちてるっつか、空気がそんな感じ。
I should also do a spoiler talk channel for this. I only have the Persona 5 one, the Ainu one, and the Zero Time Dilemma one. I'll do that later.
なるほどね。
あの後また情報が入ってな。本当か嘘かは全然わかんねえんだけど。
Mizuki beckons to me, his expression grave. I lean in.
チームラチってのはやっぱりモルヒネだって話だ。
そんなわけねえだろ。だってモルヒネは。
モルヒネを見たってやつも出てきたらしいんだよ。
どうせ注目浴びたいバカの出任せだろ。そんなの信じるのか？
だから本当か嘘かわかんねえって言っただろ。人から聞いただけだしな。とにかく今リブのチームはみんな襲撃を受ける恐れがあるってんで殺気立ってる。まあでも
Mizuki flashes a defiant smirk.
モルヒネだろうとなんだろうとうちには関係ねえけどな。敵じゃねえし。
だな。
I return to smile, but something about this doesn't sit right with me. I think Mizuki's been a little too into Rib lately. I hope he doesn't run himself ragged.
そうだ。なんか飲むか？あっち行こうぜ。
I start towards the bar, but before I get there, a tattoo design displayed on the front desk catches my eye. It's framed like it's important.
これ前からあった？
ああ、それいや、俺が尊敬する堀氏からもらったんだ。かっこいいだろ。神の腕前っつって有名な人なんだけど、店持ったりとかしてなくてさ。
一元さんお断りってことか？
そうそう。ちょっと前に偶然この店に来て、その時にもらったんだよ。なんかやっぱ普通じゃないオーラを感じる人だったな。
He seems genuinely happy. I guess he really liked the guy.
そんなにすごいなら俺も一回見てみてえな。
お前掘らねえんだろ？
うん。
じゃダメだ。どうしてもというなら100万円になります。
高っ！ぼったくりだろ。
He's gonna get one of those I guess I was born stupid buttons. It's a good ringtone. My coil beeps while we're laughing. Single misspelling, grammatical error spotted. Game is unplayable. It's a call from Delivery Works.
もしもし。はい。どうしたんですか？
もうね、大変なのよ。落ち着いて聞いてちょうだいね。
はい。
大さんが。
ばあちゃんが？
Oh no. After I get off the phone, I explain what happened to Mizuki and dash over to Delivery Works. According to Miss Yoshi, Granny collapsed on her way to a patient's house to deliver some medicine. She was near Delivery Works when it happened, so they brought her there. I'm going to save and take a quick break. I will be right back. Pretty cool that I can still have this show up, right? Okay. Be back in a moment. I'm back. Hello. I got my tuna sandwich. You've been getting to listen to this really nice superliminal music this whole time. But I actually still have my earbuds in, if you can see. So I don't get to hear the music, I just get to hear the game audio. So let me switch over to the game, and you can listen to what the music that I get to hear sounds like. Do a doop, ba do a doop, ba do a doop, ba do a doop, ba ba doop, ba ba doop, ba do a doop, ba do a doop. It's like a 5-second long loop. It's been playing for the past like 20 minutes or however long it's been. Sandwich. Alright. I run as fast as my legs will carry me. My heart is pounding and I'm out of breath. Adrenaline makes my toes and fingers tingle. Granny's collapse. It's a whole wheat bread. One of the wheats. One of the wheats is in my throat. Granny's collapsed from overwork before. Back then it was my fault because I made her worry. I remember how I troubled with fear at the thought of losing her. I never want to feel like that again. Oh no. I have to look at faster. 20! Granny!
たく大げさなんだよお前たちは。
That was the first thing out of her mouth when I burst through the door of the delivery works. Granny's leaning back in the chair. When I see that she's alright, my legs almost give out beneath me. It turns out the granny just threw out her back. That's why she collapsed. It wasn't a stroke or anything. The way Miss Yoshi described it sounded like something far more serious. She apologizes profusely after I arrive. To be honest, it does feel a bit anticlimactic, but I'm just glad she's alright. That said, Granny can't walk yet, so I have to carry her home.
まったく大げさなんだよお前たちは。
Granny complains from her perch atop my back. Walk slowly to avoid jostling her
しょう
too
がねえ
much.
だろ。みんな心配なんだよばあちゃんのことが。俺だって。
私はまだまだ元気だよ。
それはよくわかってるけどさ。
Ren patters along behind us. Wow. Pet, 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 pet.
ちょっと動けなくなったくらいですぐ死んじまうみたいな扱いしやがって。
いてて、蹴るなって。とにかく明日病院行こうな。
Granny's age isn't about to stop her from throwing a tantrum. The last thing I want to do is drop her. Though you know, Granny's pretty late. I always had this image of her towering over me, which she always... I got a piece of pickle in my throat. I should not be talking and eating at the same time. What am I doing? Was she always this small? Plus, it's the first time I've carried her on my back like this.
昔は
Call that a dill paint. Hey! It came full circle. That's incredible. And this is a dill pickle. Used to be the one who carried me around.
いや、昔のこと。なん
Wow.
か思い出してさ。
お前はしょっちゅう一人でどっか行っちまってたからね。
Joke reincorporation.
一人で？
そうさ。ちょっと目を離すとあっという間にいなくなっちまう。
そうなんだ。全然覚えてない。
寂しかったんだろうよ。
寂しかった？なんで？
お前が一人で出て行くようになったのは両親がいなくなってからだからね。
ああ。
Right, I only have vague memories of my parents. But I do remember how Granny used to carry me on her back. Her smell and her warmth made me feel so safe.
まあ、お前もまだ小さかったからね。無理もないだろうよ。それが今じゃバカみたいに大きくなっちまって。
そりゃな。この年で子供の時と変わらなかったらさすがにな。
誰もそんなこと言ってるんじゃないよ。
ばあちゃん、昔みたいに俺のことをおぶれる？元気なうちにチャレンジしとく？
バカ言うな。私を殺す気かい。
冗談だって。ばあちゃん、
なんだい。
軽いな。
うるさいっつんだ。いて。
New policy. I'm not going to talk while my mouth is full of food. Really smart. She slaps me upside the head hard, but it makes me happy for some reason. I smile to myself. I'm so granny glad was okay. It makes me sad to think that one day she might not be there to smack me or yell at me anymore. I walk quietly down the darkening street, feeling her warmth against my back. How sweet. Those look like some pretzel chips.
Mizuki?
I headed to the bathroom to call Mizuki.
もしもし、Mizuki?
At the sound of his voice, I feel a wash of relief.
あ、いや、特に用ってわけじゃないんだけど。なんだよ。昨日もあったってのに変なやつだな。うん、いや、元気かなって思って。もちろん。なんでだ。昨日会った時、ちょっと元気ねえなって思ったから。心配して電話してきてくれたのか。ありがとな。でも大丈夫。本当に？ああ。そっか。じゃあまた今度ゆっくり話そうぜ。だな。そんじゃまた。あれ？開いた。やばすぎるだろ。中にばあちゃんいるのに。何かあったらどうすんだよ。ん？じゃこりゃ。
I had books and magazines piled up on the floor. Plus all sorts of other stuff I left out because that was less annoying than cleaning it up. But I don't remember it being quite this bad. My room is a complete disaster. It looks like a tornado ripped through it. There isn't even anywhere to stand. All the shelves have been pulled down and the table is upside down. But that isn't even the most unsettling thing amid the mess. A man is in front of my computer, his back to me, like it's his room, not mine. This is exactly what I was afraid of. It's another OP guy. I've never seen the man before. He looks about my age. Indeed I am. I like that he has a physical keyboard, but he's still choosing to use the, like, floaty keyboard. It's pretty funny. Huh?
誰だよお前。なんで俺の部屋に。つかさ。おい、勝手に触んな。この中のデータ、さっぱりわかんねえんだけど。ここに入ってるオールメイトの改造プログラムも複雑だし。あんた一体何なの？知るか。いいから出てけよ。
This guy's the Japanese voice of that guy from the Overlord Isekai anime. That guy from Demon Slayer. And Takuto Maruki. I watched the Overlord. I watched the first season of the Overlord anime. So, that makes sense. I can make a pretty good guess as to who this guy is. I think I can maybe make a guess. You saying you don't know who I am?
Huh? 知ってると思うんだけど。全然知らねえし、人違いだろ。この度はお越しいただき至極光栄。それでは楽しいゲームを始めよう。これでもわからない？ 演出としては結構面白かっただろう。お前
So he misdirected the delivery, I guess. It's pretty funny that instead of being like, dude, just fucking look at me. He's like, here's a keychain. Here's a keychain with a little rabbit head on it. Idiot, look at this. Jingle, jingle, jingle.
うちに発注したのもお前か。なあ、いろいろ調べたらあんたがあの店で働いてるって分かったから、別に金は払ってたし、そっちの店としちゃ特に損もしなかっただろう。そういう問題じゃねえよ。
Anger wells up inside me as I remember how upset Mr. Haga was.
つかあんたさ、前もそうだったんだけど、俺とラインやった時何したんだよ。何の話だ。とぼけんな。どうやって俺に勝ったのかって聞いてんだよ。勝った？だんまりかよ。なんか言え。違う。覚えてないんだ。は？あのライムの時、最後は結局どうなったのか。そういう逃げ方するんだ。だったら実力行使だ。あんたにはこっちの話せよ。つかさ、本当に覚えてねえの？覚えてねえよ。あんたもう一度ライムで俺と戦えよ。は？ライムとか知らねえし。まだ言うのか。だったらあんたの大事なもんをあんたが何を大事にしてるのか知ってるぜ。ちゃんと。
He's just like a little kid throwing a tantrum.
お前な、少しは人の話聞け。俺は別に白切ってるわけじゃねえんだよ。
I meet his glare unflinchingly.
お前に勝ったとか本当に覚えてねえし、ライムのこともよくわかんねえんだよ。だからおい、何やってんだよ。うるせえよ。腕の一本くらいなくたってライムはできる。
Is that true? Not so sure about that. You're gonna break my arm?
腕折られたくないなら戦え。
マスターから離れてください。
お前？
こんにちは、マスター。
お前いつ入ってきた？
先ほどそこの窓からです。マスター、こちらはお友達ですか？
No. Kill.
いや、窓から？
Lock has been sheared
お
off.
前何やったんだよ。
窓が閉まっていたので開けました。
そういうこと言ってんじゃなくてな。マスター？
はい、マスターは僕のマスターです。
ふざけてんのか？
The intruder glares at the man in the gas mask, then at me. Hey, I have no idea what's going on either. Man, what a
とにかく
disaster.
マスターをいじめないでください。僕が許しません。
くだらね
Don't tell me he's actually getting angry. He turns toward the man in the gas mask. I feel the rage radiating from his back.
え。おい
I have to stop them. Who's going to clean up the mess?
アバ
So many people. The door suddenly swings open and Kojaku bursts in.
大丈夫か？紅弱なんでお前？
水木のことで話しに行くってメールしただろ。そしたらガスマスクした変なのがベランダから入ってくるのが見えたんだよ。それで慌ててきたってわけだが。
Were you just like, did you just happen to be walking by my apartment?
どうやらガスマスクにはもう一人お仲間がいたようだな。
Kojaku glares at the two of them.
こっちからしたらお前らの方が邪魔なんだけど。
こいつの仲間じゃねえのか。
Too many people in my room. I need everyone to leave right now. I want to go to bed.
一緒にすんな。
まだ友達というカテゴリーにはお互い属していませんね。
Not yet be classified as friendly.
とにかくお前ら、今すぐ出てけ。じゃなく、
どうやって？
Only thing missing, I think, is a little, like, thing that shows their name. That would be nice. I remember most of their names, but I feel like that would be a bit helpful.
そりゃ力ずくしかねえだろうが。
やってみれば？やれるもんなら。
He sneers.
なんかやたらでかいの背負ってるけど、そんなのが必要なほどよ。
Overcompensating, perhaps? He's not denying it. He's not gonna take such obvious bait, right? I mean, there's no way. Right? My heart pounds as Kojaku cracks his knuckles. Oh shit.
その減らず口、今すぐ聞けなくしてやる。
おい待てよ。
Oh, whoops. Is this like a sanity bar or something? Or maybe not. Kojaku makes a grab for the blonde guy's collar. He nimbly dodges Kojaku's attack, drops his hips and throws a punch. Kojaku shifts just before the man's fist can make contact with his cheek, dodging the blow by a hair. Wait, why am I just watching?
やめろって、ここ俺の部屋。
Yeah.
二人とも強いんですね。
んなのんきなこと言ってる場合か。
I don't know about the blonde guy, but Kojaku's normally got patience in spades. When something does set him off, there's no stopping him. Magazines and trash and knickknacks go flying or are crushed underfoot as they scuffle. Nah, I don't care about the other stuff. Just please stay away from my computer.
お前ら、ほんといい加減に。
That's when I hear someone storming up the stairs.
うるさいんだよお前たち。いい加減にしろ。
The door bursts open and Granny's roar thunders through the room. All four of us stop in our tracks, cowering as we turn to the door.
お前たち。
As she takes in the carnage, her eyes blaze with anger and a thick vein throbs on her forehead.
全員下へ行きな。今すぐにだ。
A few minutes later, we're sitting quietly at the dining room table. This is like a Looney Tunes bit. My head throbs where Granny hit me. Of course, I'm not the only one with fresh lumps. She gave us all a taste of knuckle pudding, saying we were all equally at fault. I didn't do anything! I didn't do anything! I walked in and people started beating me up! I was a bit scared that the blonde guy was gonna hit back, but he just stood there and pouted. Why? Because she's a frail old woman? Though frail might not be the best word to describe her. When Grammy asked how all this happened, I confessed that I left the front door unlocked again. Okay, I guess that is... You did do a little bit. But also, the guy with the gas mask, like, broke in. He broke the lock. That earned me another lump. I'm never forgetting to lock the front door again.
まさか僕までお商売に預かってしまうとは。
Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure the guy in the gas mask said his name was Clear. I remember that. He's just as fishy as the blonde guy.
青葉、ちょっとこっちへ来な。
Hey, hey.
I stand, rubbing the lump on my head, and head into the kitchen. Granny is holding a basket full of freshly fried donuts. I thought I smelled something sweet.
持って行きな。飲み物は全員茶でいいだろう。
はいはい。あ、そうだばあちゃん。
なんだい。
もう起きても大丈夫なのか？腰は？
見りゃわかるだろう。くだらないことを聞いてないで、さっさと行きな。
I set the basket of donuts on the table, then pour cups of tea for everyone and return to my seat. Granny joins us shortly thereafter.
人間腹が膨れりゃ怒りも自然と収まるもんだ。
やっぱり作ってたのってこれか。匂いで分かったぜ。タエさんのドーナツは格別なんだよな。
いいから早く食いな。
Kojaku goes straight for the basket. Blonde guy and Clear, on the other hand, just stare at the donuts in confusion.
食うなら食う。食わないなら食わないではっきりしな。
Clear can't eat without taking off his mask, and the blonde guy doesn't seem interested. Or so I thought. Surprisingly, despite his grumpy expression, the intruder reaches for a donut.
そりゃあそうだろ。そういう食べ物だよ。
だとしても甘い。
無理して食わなくてもいいよ。
Granny snorts, and the man continues nibbling on his donut. I can't get a read on him at all. I turn back to Clear. He's just sitting there
食べな
motionless.
いのか？うまいぜ、ばあちゃんのドーナツ。
食べますよ。
早く食えば。
はい、食べます。
Clear keeps perfectly still. We'll have to take the mask off to eat, but will he? I watch Clear over the rim of my teacup, wondering what's going to happen. A donut is missing from Clear's side of the basket, and it looks like his mask is moving up and down.
もしかして今食べた？
はい、食べました。
神業だろ。
He ate it with the gas mask on? How? Forget it. I grab a donut and start eating too. Granny's donuts are delicious even when cold, but when they're fresh, they've got this mellow, flaky sweetness that just fills your whole mouth. Mmm, it sounds so good! Kojaku has already finished and gotten up from his seat by the time I start eating my donut. Just before he goes into the hall, he turns back and beckons to me. I point to myself. Me? Kojaku nods. What's up? I leave my half-eaten donut on the table and head out into the hall.
なんかよくわかんねえことになっちまったな。
No kidding. We should be calling the police right about now. I guess Kojaku wanted to get away from the bizarre atmosphere in there. Even if the police are really corrupt, maybe they'll come in and just arrest all of us. That'd be kind of funny.
まあ、
Oh, whoops.
そうだな。
それはともかく水木のことだ。連絡取ったか？それか会いに行ったりとか。
ああ、電話した。大丈夫だとは言ってたけど、やっぱりちょっと元気がなかった感じがするな。
そうか。
水木に何かあったのか？
いやな。水木が変だってお前にメールしただろう。あの時、うちのチームのやつらとドライジュースのやつらが少し揉めたんだ。その場に水木もいたんだけどよ。あいつ、いつもならそういう時は絶対仲裁に入るだろう。なのに、なんか上の空でぼーっとしてる感じで、喧嘩も見てるだけで止めようとしねえんだ。どうも水木の様子がおかしいと思ってよ。大丈夫かって声かけたんだよ。そしたら、ほっといてくれって睨まれてよ。
水木？
ああ、あいつらしくないっつうか。何か
Curiouser and curiouser.
青葉、思い当たることねえのか？あいつが最近悩んでたこととか。
この前、水木の店に行った時に神隠しの話が出たんだけど。
ああ、あのリブのチームが丸ごと消えるってやつか。
そのことを結構気にしてた感じだったな。
確かに最近神隠しにあったチームがいるって話は聞いたが。あ、
I feel something against my back, then something falls to the floor.
こいつあいつの
It's one of those cubes the rabbit guy had on his belt. Was it tucked into the hood of my jacket this whole time? The cube hops into the living room.
あいつ
Kojaku chases after the cube.
おいクソ坊主、今の盗み聞きしてやがったな。
別に聞かれたら困るような内容でもなかっただろう。
てめえ、
神隠しとかリブなんて今時流行らねえし、とりあえず盛り上がるイベントを起こしとけって感じなんじゃねえの。
んだと。
Kojaku's voice shakes with anger.
おい、あんまり舐めたこと言ってんじゃねえぞ。実際に戻ってこねえ連中だっているんだよ。
知らねえよ。怖えならリブやめりゃいいだけの話なんじゃねえの。
この野郎。
Kojaku takes a step forward. The man shoots back an icy glare.
てめえ、名前は何だ。
先に名乗るのが礼儀だろ。
てめえみたいなのに礼儀もクソもあるか。
なら聞くな。ちょっと待った。あんまり険悪になるなって。こっちは公爵。お前はノイズ。
Noise.
ナイ
Noise!
てめえみたいなのは虫が好かね
別にあんたに好かれようなんて思ってない。
え。野郎。
そこまでだ。
Granny breaks her silence to end their standoff with a single word.
喧嘩ならよそでやっとくれ。うるさいったらありゃしない。
すまねえ、大さん。
Noise glances at Kojaku, then stands without saying a
お
word.
い、どこ行くんだよ。帰る。
He marches out of the room.
お前らも食うもん食ったら帰りな。
Clear stands and bows to
あり
us.
がとうございました。それではマスター、さようなら。
あ、ちょい待った。
I follow Clear out into the hall.
はい、なんでしょ
また会うかどうかはともかくとして、もし月があったらその時は普通に入ってこいよ。
う。普通とは？
空から降ってくるとかベランダから入ってくるとかじゃなくてごく普通に玄関から入れってことだよ。
空とベランダはなぜ行けないのですか？
どう考えてもおかしいだろうが。つかびっくりする。心臓に悪い。
心臓に悪い。なるほど。わかります。
I'm curious what this is. You can kind of see something on his, like, chest through the buttons here. Maybe wires? I'm expecting him to be... Like, if there's a, like, is a robot-o-meter for all of the characters, Clear has the highest... His is a robot-o-meter is the most full out of all of the characters. It's his belt. The torsos on the sprites are just too short. Oh, you're right. It does look like a belt. It's like a white belt. Yeah. Still, even if they're not that, like, obvious with it, he could be a robot.
ここにあるハートのことですよね。
まあそうだけど。
マスターといると勉強になります。ありがとうございます。
そうか。
He's gonna have a heart attack. Does he think that means, like, oh, my heart's gonna be just beating so hard if you came in like that?
ではまた。
おう。
With love. Clear bows again and leaves through the front door.
なんなんだ。あのガスマスク。
俺もよくわかんね
It's also like a broken gas mask because one of the two filters isn't even there.
知り合いなんじゃねえのか。
え。知り合いつうか違うと思う。
おいおい、しっかりしてくれよ。
After giving me a look, Kojaku awkwardly rubs the back of his neck.
さっきは悪かったな。つい熱くなっちまって。 タイさんにもちゃんと伝えといてくれ。
さっき謝ったし大丈夫だろ。
あと、お前の部屋で暴れちまったことも悪かった。
I appreciate the apology, but it's really fine. You were just here, and there were these two, like, weirdos who were just in my room all of a sudden.
なあ、まあしょうがねえしお前があそこまで怒るのは久しぶりに見たけど。
俺ダメなんだよ。ああいう折れることを知らなさそうなやつ。
Also, home intruders. I'm not too big of a fan of home intruders. Kojaku Sai is looking a bit deflated.
つか今思い出したが、あいつライムのチームやってるだろ。
ライムの？
ああ、確かラフラビットって名前だ。前にうちのが向こうのチームメンバーと喧嘩沙汰になって、その時にあいつを見た記憶がある。あいつも俺がリブやってるのを知ってたっぽいし、多分そうだろうな。
ライムにもチームとかあるんだな。知らなかった。
チームができ始めたのは最近らしいけどな。つっても効率よく情報を集めるために組んでるようなもんらしいぜ。味気ねえよな。
A lot of Ribsties think of their gangs as family, but I guess Rhyme's different. Dry, efficient, that's the impression I get of Noise.
まああいつのことはともかく水木は俺もサポートできるようにしておく。お前も何か分かったら連絡くれ。
なあ。
じゃあな。
Kojaku raises a hand in farewell, then walks out the front door. I head back to my room feeling drained. So much happened today. Oh, right. I forgot to tell Kojaku that Noise was the one who forced me into that rhyme match. Probably shouldn't. That'll just give him another reason to pick a fight. Wondering how things got so messed up, I open the door and suddenly feel even more exhausted. Holy shit, is my room a mess. Remembering Noise's cocky attitude is making me mad all over again. I decide to just pick some things off the floor before flopping down on my bed. I'll get the rest tomorrow. Too tired today. I let out a sigh and close my eyes. A breeze makes me open my eyes. I look over and notice a gaping hole in the door out to the balcony. That idiot. Screw it, I don't want to get up. I'll deal with it later. Really? He's gonna leave a hole in the balcony? The next day, I'm so tired I barely make it to work on time. Mr. Haga heads out right after opening, leaving me and Junker alone in the store. Business is slow, so I have plenty of time to think about what happened yesterday. Noise and Clear. I still don't know what the deal is with either of them. Though to be honest, the house felt a little empty once they'd all left. Like, it's nice to have something exciting happen once in a while.
ジャンクショップ平凡です。もしもし。
The caller hangs up without saying a word. What was that? Some kind of prank call? The door opens and a chaos of obnoxious voices tear through the shop.
またお前らかよ。
They don't have an endearing bone in their scrawny little bodies. Now their attention is shifted to Junker. No! Poor Junker! Junker screeches to a halt and tries to hide behind me. Wait, won't that make me their new target? You should just ban them from the store. You should put up like a sign of them that says not allowed in the store. You've caused me hundreds of dollars of property damage every time you come in. You're not allowed. When struggling with the little imps, I hear the door open again. Expecting a customer, I look up to see... The sign won't stop them because they can't read. Just put a picture of them with like a big red X over their faces.
Yo.
Why is he here? Noise looks around the store curiously as he approaches. The fiends let go of me to get a look at Noise. I also don't get what's going on with Noise. Why did he do any of that? What is his deal? Why did he... lure us out like that? Why did he fight us in rhyme? Why did he sneak into our house? Why was he looking at our computer? Why is he here now? Who is this guy?
目標変更。100に向かって突撃だ。
おいお前ら。
Before I can stop them, the brats charge Noise. Shit, he's gonna... Phew, he just dodged them. Kyo and Nao stumble forward, and Mio...
ちょっと話しなさいよ。
Noise catches her just before she bumps into him and lifts her up like a kitten.
話しなさいったら何するのよ。
Mio pounds on Noise's chest to no effect. He just stares at her. The sight is kind of surreal. And then, as I watch in disbelief, Noise does something completely unexpected. He takes Mio's hand, brings it to his lips, and kisses it. Wow. Mio is even more shocked than I am. I mean, of course she would be. Her face turns bright red and she starts trembling. Oh, shut the fuck up. What a thing to say. Mio's mouth flaps aimlessly for a moment, but then she closes her eyes tightly, takes a deep breath. Noise puts Mio down without reacting. She immediately darts away, pointing at him once she reaches a safe distance. Yeah, see? That's a good point. Have you thought of that, idiot? Kyo and Nao were lying on the ground, pretending to be injured after their falls, but they jump up immediately upon hearing their sister's comment. Fortunately, it seems like her brothers didn't catch Noise's little performance there. That's a relief. Slash, why did you do that? Who are you? Mio quickly waves them off. Her face is still bright red. Mio bolts out of the store screaming. Her brothers quickly follow. Silence abruptly returns to the store, save for the faint sounds of Junker's motors. I stare at Noise in disbelief. Great question. Couldn't have said it better myself. Noise gives me a puzzled look. Yeah? Suddenly, Noise puts his hands on the counter and leans over it, looking into my eyes with a blank expression. Something soft touches my lips. Did he just... Who are you? Don't you what me? What was that? Noise just watches calmly as I freak out. What the fuck is with this guy? That's what I'm saying! That's not as much the part that I'm freaking out about. Why are you... Who are you? What are you doing? Really? Wait, does that mean you're... You know... Look at his face. Noise is just so casual about it. I start to wonder if I'm the one with the problem. Is it normal for dudes to kiss? No, no way. No way! It doesn't seem like Noise did it to upset me. Why did he do it? Pull your shit together, Ioba. He's the weird one, totally. There's nothing wrong with me, at least I don't think there is. I mean, there are plenty of other guys who get handsy even outside romantic contexts. I guess he's just one of those, probably. I wipe my lips off with the back of my hand and take a deep breath to calm down. That's what I'm saying! Again, Noise looks straight into my eyes. No!
Huh?
Where did that come from? Quit your job. Join my emo band. I'm gonna have so many saves. 60. I wonder if there are 60 choices in the whole game. Probably. I tell him to get lost. Noise just looks at me. What the hell? He's like a little kid.
昔やってた時は強かっただろライム。やってねえし人違いだろ。
Noise falls silent. His gaze is so sharp that it makes me flinch. What's wrong with him?
まあ今日の本題はそこじゃない。
It's not? Noise releases me from his gaze and lets out a frustrated sigh.
今日はこの店の前であるんだよ。何がライム。ライム？この辺りが今日の雨水の発生ポイントだ。俺らの予想は9割方当たる。
I frown, not understanding. But then I hear the cheers from outside.
行くぞ。え？いいから来い。
Noise steps behind the counter and grabs me by the arm.
おい離せよ。店番が。うるさい。
I barely managed to grab Ryan before he drags me outside. Outside, I see that the usually deserted alley is teeming with excitement. Noise and I join the gathering crowd.
ポイントはこの辺りだ。
He should make his motif question marks instead of rabbits. Noise stops once we've entered the dark alleyway. He's already holding a bunny cube in his hand.
それお前のオールメイトか。ああ。
Sure is weird for a guy like him to be using such a cute all-mate.
そろそろだ。
A faint light blossoms in one corner of the alley. Is this like virtual reality or is it actual magic? How is this person manifesting like this? Do we have brain chips? A ring of light appears in the empty space and Usui materializes from the feet up. The crowd cheers, attracting even more people from the street.
言った通りだろ。あんた出てみなよ。だから嫌だって。これでもか。
Noise raises an eyebrow, and then I feel my bag raise into the air. I spin around. A bunny cube is holding my bag by the strap. When did that get there?
お前。さあ、どうする？
The crowd is so thick that even if I snatch my bag back, I won't be able to get away. You can check the sci-fi term glossary. I don't know if there was any useful information there. I never read it. Glossary. Midorijima, an island located in the south of Japan. Once an idyllic paradise known for its white beaches, blue ocean, and lush forests, Midorijima has become the property of the Toei Corporation, with a third of its landmass given up over to the luxury resort Platinum Jail. When the Toei Corporation took control of Midorijima, most of the island's residents were convinced to sell their property and move to the mainland. Those who rejected Toei's offers and chose to stay were eventually forced to move here to the old residential district. While Toei provides basic necessities, the district has otherwise been left to fend for itself, leaving the residents at the mercy of gangs and corrupt police. The junk shop where Ioba works. Here you can find everything from common batteries to specialist components, all at competitive prices. The owner has a knack for acquiring rare items and has built a dependable client base of dedicated hardware enthusiasts. Platinum Jail, a luxury resort located on Midorijima, built and operated by the Toei Corporation. Tickets are available by invitation only and are rumored to be exorbitantly expensive. Separated from the old residential district by an enormous wall, Platinum Jail's true nature remains a mystery. Oval Tower, the iconic tower from which Platinum Jail is controlled. The resort is divided into 5 areas with Oval Tower at the center. Coil. Coils are wearable electronic devices that fill a multitude of roles, including telephone, network interface, television, wallet, and personal identification. A coil is practically required to function in modern society. Ioba's coil takes the form of a wristwatch, usually listed to music on it through a pair of wireless headphones. Allmates. Artificial life forms equipped with artificial intelligence. Allmates primarily help their owners interface with the network. They come in a wide variety of forms and are often treated as pets. Many users are very attached to their Allmates. Allmates also play an essential role in the virtual game Rime. Rime, a virtual game that is extremely popular with today's youth. Rime is open to anyone who owns an Allmate. Battles take place on a virtual battlefield built from one of the Battles take place on a virtual battlefield built from one of the participants' psyche and feature fast-paced acrobatic combat that would be impossible in reality. Okay. So, the battlefield that we fought on that other time must have been made from Bunny Guy's psyche, because it had bunnies everywhere. Usui, the 8-armed being who presides over all official Rhyme battles, which can only take place where Usui is found. As Usui can appear at any time and place, there exists a network of information brokers who specialize in predicting its appearances. Usui is known for its boisterous announcer voice, which seems at odds with its majestic appearance. Ganking. When a player is forced into a Rhyme battle while Usui is absent, this is known as a gank. During a gank, the limiters that usually keep Rhyme players safe are disabled. Although this allows for faster, more thrilling combat, damage sustained in these battles carries over to the real world, which makes ganks extremely dangerous. Ribsties. The old residential district is home to many gangs that spend their time brawling with each other over territory. These terraforms are called Rib, and the member of Rib gangs are called Ribsties. Each Rib gang has its own symbol, which is used in graffiti artwork and tattoos to mark their territory and identify members. As those without tattoos, the unmarked often become targets for Ribsties. Most of the young people in the old residential district are members of one Rib gang or another. Ribsties take pride in doing battle with their fists, and for this reason generally look down on Rhyme players. Rhymers, a term used to refer to hardcore Rhyme players. While the growing popularity of Rhyme among Ribsties members, many Rhymers have taken to forming Ribsties-like teams. And then a question mark 1. I don't think it's clear. At least at this point. Just then, something flies through the air and slams into the bunny cube holding my bag. The crowd stirs, then parts to allow someone through.
Yo!
Hey, it's Kojaku. It must have been Benry who rammed Noise's cube. Several Benny Shigure members are with him too. He picks up my bag from where it fell. Hi. This guy showed up at the shop and like sexually harassed me and was really creepy around a little girl. Can you kill him, please? Kojaku shoots Noise a glare.
あんたに説明する必要はねえな。
ライムか。
そっちこそわざわざなんだよ。筋肉バカのリブが参加したってライムじゃ秒殺だぜ。
だとてめ
え。やめろ。
Kojaku grabs his teammate by the shoulder.
ガキがあんまり調子に乗るなよ。言い過ぎだ。
事実だろ。
調子に乗るなっつってんだよ。
知るか。
てめえと話してると本気でライムが嫌になるな。
いいんじゃね。リブに好かれたいとか誰も思ってねえだろうし。
Well, this got interesting fast. As their hostility ripples outwards through the crowd, each side's members begin to gather around their leader. Rib versus Rhyme. The two groups glare at each other, a powder keg waiting for a spark.
おい、二人ともちょっと。
だいたい今時力とか拳とか古いんだよ。
Talk about analog.
ダセえな。
Yeah, beating the shit out of people is so much better when it's a video game. We're so much cooler and edgier and realer to beat the shit out of each other when it's a video game. Maybe I am a boomer. I'm kind of on the Ribs side. Like, the fighting game thing is fun and cool, but it's not a substitute for the real thing. You don't have real power. You're playing a video game.
筋肉だるまは考え方が硬い。話になんね。
These people also don't... I don't know if they have real power, because it's mostly young people. Just kind of like running around beating up each other. But like, it's still more of a thing than you are.
おい。頭でっかちのもやしには言われたくねえな。
もやしじゃねえし。
His mouth isn't opening when he's talking and it's throwing me off.
そうか。
Okay, I did that time. It's the same dark tone of voice Kojaku used yesterday before they started fighting in my room. Noise closes his mouth and meets Kojaku stare for stare.
お前、ラフラビットだろ。ムジナのライマーチームの。最近はこの辺まで出しゃばってきてるみてえだな。ライムの予想屋とかやってるらしいが、そんなことで耳っちい金稼いで喜んでんじゃねえよ。
取引だ。この地区にも俺たちの情報を欲しがる奴が山ほどいる。だから取引も成立する。あんたらとは頭の使い方が違うんだよ。
For a few moments, Noise and Kojaku glare at each other in silence.
ここらで一発蹴りつけとくか。
くだらねえけど、あんたのことは気に食わねえ。潰してやるよ。
But like, the fact that you're gonna fight proves this guy's point. It makes Kojaku right. Because you're gonna punch each other. You're not gonna sit down and play Super Smash Bros. About this. In no time at all, the crowd is split into two. Those gathered around Usui for the Rhyme battle, and those watching the fight between Noise and Kojaku. From the looks of it, the crowd around us is bigger. Things are quickly spiraling out of control.
二度と生意気な口が聞けなくなるようにしてやる。
言ってろ。
Noise just smirks and cracks his neck. Shouldn't I do something? I will call out to... Well, I don't know. Is it that I'm going to call out to them and be like, hey, I hope you do it? Or am I going to call out to them like, hey! Just to, like, distract them. I make them lose. I want Kojaku to win. I'm going to call out to him.
おいコウジャク、お前こんなとこで何本気になってんだよ。
悪いなアーバ。ここまで言われちまったらよ、締めとかねえと示しがつかねえんだよ。
I forgive you. Kill him.
そうだそうだ。コウジャクさん、やっちまえ。
Neither man seems to have any interest in stopping. Quite the opposite, in fact. They're both obviously itching for a fight.
行くぜ。
The moment Kojaku and Noise make contact, the Ribsties and Rhymers surrounding them start to brawl. It quickly devolves into total chaos, with people who clearly just want to fight getting in on the action. The alley shakes with their howls of joy. Forget about the other people, I've got to stop Kojaku and Noise, but before I can cut in between them, a man comes flying at me. I jump out of the way as he winds up for a punch, and he tumbles forward when it misses. I instinctively chop down at his unguarded neck. My bloodlust overcomes me. His knees buckle when he falls on his face. That was close. I'm gonna get dragged into this if I'm not too close. Not too careful. Too late. A man whips his arm toward me. I spot a glint of steel. Facial change again. When he stabs at me again, I catch his arm and pull it down, kneeing him in the chin as he stumbles. Man drops the knife as he falls backward, and I kick it away. I also give him a gentle kick in the face while I'm at it. I look around and quickly locate Kojaku and Noise. They're going at it like a pair of wolves, oblivious to the chaos around them. Instantly, the fighting stops. Everyone turns to face the voice that tore through the alley like a thunderclap. And then, everyone starts running. It's Akushima! Armed policemen flood the alley. The sentence is death! What's going on here? Whether you play Super Smash Bros., you play Street Fighter 7, or you're an actual gangster who fights and kills people, either way, the sentence is death. I actually don't know if the Ribsties kill people. Probably not, but they're fighting people. Kojaku fights his way to me against the flow of the crowd. I'm impressed that you were in a fight that was, quote, like you were fighting like wolves, and yet you have no scarring at all. He's just really fast with the makeup. As he was like running, he was turning away from the fight, he like pulled out a whole makeup set and he was like blah, 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 blah. That's the sound that makeup makes. We race down the alley, Akushima's sounds echoing behind us. Once we've lost him, Kojaku and I slow to a stop. I'm completely out of breath. Kojaku turns around to double check, then flashes me an apologetic look. It's really fine. I mean, I understand that you're apologizing for getting upset, but it's like, he's kind of a creep, so I'm not that mad at you. Kojaku's expression turns more serious.
お前に辻切りのライム仕掛けたのってあいつだろ。
Yep. I gape. He hit the nail on the head.
やっぱり知ってたのか。そうなんじゃねえかとは思ってたが。
ごめん。
いや、責めるつもりはねえ。だがあいつ辻切りの後もお前に付きまとってるんだろ。何があったんだ。
なんつうかその
There's no point hiding it anymore. He kissed me!
あいつにライム仕掛けられた時、俺どうすりゃいいか全然わかんなくて、ライムなんてやったことねえし、最後は気失ったみたいで記憶がないんだけど、あいつが言うには俺が勝ったって。
お前が？
なあ、でもそんなの全然覚えてねえし、そもそも俺が勝てるわけねえし。で、
それじゃあお前に負けた恨みを晴らすためにくっついてるってのか。プライドだけは一丁前だな。あのクソライムだろうとなんだろうと負けは負けだ。潔く認めて終わるのが男ってもんだろうが。しかもお前気失っちまったんだろ。なのにその言いがかりってのはただの嫌がらせにしか聞こえねえけどな。
That's a reasonable thing to say, and probably would be the right assumption if we didn't have information that Ioba didn't, which is that he did actually win.
まあな。
どうした？何か気にかかることでもあるのか？
ライムやってる時さ、誰かの声が聞こえたんだよな。
どういう意味だ？
違うと思う。聞こえたっつうより、声が耳の中で響いたっつうか。それで俺、レンに指示を出せたんだよな。戦い方が直感的に分かったような感じで。
ライムはやったことないんだよな、お前。
ああ。なのに、なんで指示なんか出せたのか、自分でもよくわかんねえ。
It's hard
それ
to
がちょっと嫌な感じで。
it's hard to recreate the ProZD bit because that you can say, "Oh, ProZD," and it just like comes across as really nonchalant. It's hard to do the same thing with like, "Oh, dissociative identity disorder." I grow more and more anxious as I recall what happened. By the end, I'm looking at my feet. Kojaku gently clasps me on the shoulder.
あんまり考えすぎんな。お前の昔からの悪い癖だ。じゃねえとレンに青葉思考がパンクしそうだとか言われちまうぞ。
It's a good impression of Ren.
ああ。
Kojaku's Ren impression makes me smile a little.
お前もいきなりライムに引っ張り込まれて混乱してるのかもしれねえし。でも何かあったらいつでも俺に言えよ。
There should be someone who has an all-mate that's just a small version of themselves. They just like sit on their shoulder. And since these people have like, they're not over-designed, but they have like pretty complicated designs. It's just this like little guy who has all these little like details on his outfit. That'd be really funny.
なあ、サンキュー。
タエさんにはいつもうまい飯作ってもらってるからな。
そこかよ。
Laughing with Kojaku has lightened my mood a little. Yeah, not that I'm an expert or anything, but I guess keeping your yeah, not that I'm an expert or anything, but I guess keeping your fears bottled up isn't good for you. Sometimes it's better to just tell someone what you're feeling.
そうだ。ドライジュースのやつらに挨拶してくか。
だな。水木のことも気になるし。で、あ、
どうした？
つうか俺仕事中だし、羽賀さんが外出しちゃってて店番してたんだよ。
おいおい、まずいんじゃねえか？
電話してみる。
I frantically call Mr. Haga on my coil. Like, it seems like the implication of this is that there's some sort of, like, hologram going on. Is it coming out of his watch? Because they said that his was in the form of his watch. Is it something that he can see, even though he's not like holding his watch up. I wonder how they portray all this stuff in the anime. Because the implication in some scenes is that these holograms are like in the world. Like when he walked in on whatever the fuck his name is, Rabbit Guy, in his room, he had like the hologram keyboard there. But that was like in the space. That was something that Aoba could see, even though he wasn't the one using it. And it's the same thing with the Uzuzu guy, six-arm girl, whoever the fuck. Like, that person just kind of shows up as a hologram out of nowhere. Noise and Usui. Ah. See, this is why they need the little names on the thing. I would definitely remember their names if they had that. Usui seems to just show up even when there isn't any source of a hologram. Which is why I was kind of like, how would it be that that's possible? I don't know.
すいません、俺。
ああ、大場君。店にいないからどうしたのかと思いましたが、何か急用でしたか？
その。
Telling him about noise won't help. I have no idea how to explain the situation, so I just bullshit my way through, apologizing profusely. Mr. Haga seems a bit perplexed, but he forgives me.
今日はもう大丈夫ですよ。私がいますし。
本当にすいませんでした。気をつけます。
ええ、わかってます。それじゃあ、お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。
大丈夫だったか？
まあ、一応。
But if everyone had like brain chips, then it would make sense for it's like AR, and it could be something that everybody kind of sees at the same time. Maybe. Mr. Haga may let me off the hook, but I sure am a failure as an adult. I'll have to make it up to him later. After that, Kojaku and I headed for Dry Juice's territory, the alleys on the east side off Yukisaki, peppered with abandoned restaurants and bars. This was meant to be a casual visit, but the closer we get to Dry Juice territory, the stranger things become. Normally, you'd see Dry Juice members hanging around, but today the streets were deserted.
ガラガラだな。
あいつらの泊まり場移動したのか？
そんなの聞いてねえけどな。
I have a bad feeling about this. We pick up the pace. When we reach the alley where they usually gather, we find it empty of life. Kojaku stops and catches me by the arm.
どうし。
I follow Kojaku's stare and freeze. They're gone. The Dry Juice tags on the wall have all been painted over in black. No way. Did some other gang beat them?
あば、あれ見ろ。
A new tag had been painted on the wall. Metallic wings and a heart surrounded by a halo. I recognize it. Morphine took out Dry Juice?
神隠し。なバカな。
Kojaku's words make my heart skip a beat. That's right, those disappearances. I thought they were just an urban legend. Or maybe someone was screwing around. Dry Juice is the biggest rib gang in town. I'm sure they have plenty of enemies. It could be a gang trying to lay the blame on Morphine. That seems more realistic than some kind of magical disappearance. But in that case, how could there be no one left?
I
run through the alleys, shouting at the top of my lungs. No answer. Damn, what the hell is going on? I head toward a nearby alley, the one where Mizuki always hangs out. If Dry Juice members are anywhere, it'll be there. I step into the alley, but it's deserted like the others. Even though I expected as much, it still sends a shiver up my spine. At the back of the alley, the biggest Dry Juice tag had been painted over as well. What the hell is going on? I could always find Mizuki leaning on the wall in front of that tag. He greeted me with a smile when I came by. I want to turn away. It's like I'm witnessing the ruin of something precious to me. But I force myself to look. There's blood, I think.
あば、向こう側も見てきたが誰もいねえ。 ここもか。ひでえな。
なあ、これって
なんだこれ、地下。
やっぱりそうだよな。
Though smudged and darkened by footprints, there's blood splatter on the ground. It looks relatively fresh. Looking around, I notice shoe prints on the walls and debris scattered around, the signs of a struggle. The more I see, the more I realize that only one thing makes sense. Morphine did this, just like the story said. Disputes between rib gangs are common, but usually those end with a brawl and some tags getting scribbled out at worst. This is different. I feel malice in the air. This was the work of someone with a ruthless disregard for their enemy. What happened here? This alley was so full of life. It was a place where everyone got along, where you never had to be alone. That's why people joined the gang, even if it was only temporary. Here, people shared a bond. It was home. And now there's nothing left.
くそ、やっぱ水木と連絡つかねえ。
Kajaki looks over his coil.
ここで何があったってんだよ、畜生。マジでモルヒネの仕業なのか？
水木。
I'm still trying to wrap my head around the situation when I hear footsteps at the entrance to the alley.
いやあ、誰かと思ったら青葉さんでしたか。奇遇ですね。
やっほー、青葉。
お前ら。
Hello. It's Virus and Trip.
なんでここに？この辺りは我々が担当してるんですよ。
ヤクザか。
Kojaku's eyes narrow. For ribsties like Kojaku, a pair of Yakuza walking around like they own their place isn't a pleasant sight.
お前ら双子か？似たような格好しやがって。
双子じゃねえから。
お前、こんなのとつるんでんのか？
つるんでるっつうか、知り合った時は別にヤクザじゃなかったし、公爵が島を出てた時だよ。ええ、青葉さんとはそれなりに通知の中です。
そうそう、仕事関係ねえし。
同業者の中には横暴なのもいるようですが、俺たちはルール違反は犯しません。あくまで常識の範囲で行動してますので、以後よろしく。
ヤクザはヤクザだろうが、いいも悪いもねえんだよ。一度落ちたら骨の髄、血の一滴まで染み込むからな。
Virus and Trip exchange glances. Honestly, I'm surprised too by the rage in Kojaku's voice. Has he always had this intense hatred of Yakuza?
でも、俺たちが言うのもなんですが、この島じゃヤクザも警察も大して変わりませんよ。そうでしょ？あなた、確かどこかのチームのヘッドですよね。何人か懇意にしている警察の人間がいるでしょ？
警察の人間すべてが悪いってわけじゃねえからな。
Some can be pretty chill.
やつがもういる。
では、我々もその中に加えていただけるとありがたいです。気のいいヤクザとしてね。
We are chill, as they say. All Yakuza are bastards, but some cops are fine. Yeah.
ところで、ドライジュースって青葉さんのお友達のチームですよね。彼ら、縄張りの移動でもしたんですか？
さっきから誰も見かけねえ。
それが、いなくなっちまった。
Are you not paying attention at all? Have they moved to another area? We haven't seen them around. Look behind you, idiot. Look at the room that you're standing in right now. Look at your environment around you.
いなく？俺たちも今来たばっかりなんだけど、ドライジュースのタグが全部塗りつぶされてて、代わりにモルヒネのタグが書かれてる。モルヒネ。
Virus rubs his chin thoughtfully.
モルヒネってあの空想上の生き物みたいになってるあれ？
なあ、もしかしたら誰かがモルヒネのせいにしようとしてこんなことやらかしたんじゃねえかって思うんだけど。だとしても残忍ですね。チーム全員をいっぺんにだなんて相当たちが悪い。この辺お前らの担当なんだろう？ 何か知らないか？
そうですね。俺たちが知っていることといえば、
昨日の夜に見回った時はこんなんじゃなかった。
ドライジュースのメンバーの皆さんは見かけませんでしたけどね。
それって何時頃だ
？9時ぐらいじゃね。
つうかその後にやられたんじゃね？
だとしてもメンバーを一人残らず誘拐とは。
分かってる。だから
Maybe Morphine really did take them all, just like in the stories. But I don't dare say that out loud.
なるほど。なんとなく状況は分かりました。もしこちらでも何か分かったらご連絡します。
頼む。
それにしても最近はこういう手合いの物騒な話が増えてきてますね。青葉さんも。
俺らにもわけわかんねえのが多くて追っつけてないってのが現状。
てめえらにとっちゃリブなんてしのぎのための駒だろうが、何してくれるっつうんだよ。
Gojaku spits on the ground. Virus lifts an eyebrow, amused.
我々としても町に寄生して生きているわけですからね。しっかりとした足場を築いた上で活動することが大前提なんですよ。それにモルヒネでも何でもいいですけど、勝手に俺らの縄張りを荒らされるのは普通に不愉快ですからね。
Gojaku looks away.
さて、俺たちはもうちょっとこの辺りの状況を。
貴様ら、ここで何をしている？
Suddenly, a group of policemen burst into the alley. They must have been patrolling the area.
動くな！動くと撃つぞ！
They aimed their guns at us.
やべえな。
あらら、今日はまた一段と騒がしいですね。
ここは大産一択でしょ。
さすがに俺たちもあれは苦手ですから。青葉さんも逃げてください。
分かった。奴らのとこまでは全員で特攻で、その後別れる感じでよろしく。1、2の3。
At Trip's signal, we all start running.
貴様ら！
The officers unleash a hail of rubber bullets. Fortunately, they've been neglecting their training. Not one shot even grazes us.
と
お前ら！
Virus and Trip barrel into them, and the officers topple like dominoes.
それじゃあ青葉さん、また。
バイバイ。サンキューな。
行くぞ、青葉！貴様ら！待て！
Virus and Trip broke right, so Kojaku and I dashed left. We heard gunshots and shouting behind us for a while, but by the time we get out of Yukisaki and onto Aoki Street, the sounds have disappeared.
今日は役日だな。散々だぜ。
You can say that again. I close my eyes as I try to catch my breath. The scene in the alley rises from the darkness. Dry juice tags painted over in bloodstains on the in black, bloodstains on the ground. Where did Mizuki and his gang go? Is he okay? Who did this? Was it really morphine?
どうなってんだよ、チキショー。
青葉。
My rage grows hotter with every passing moment. Nothing could justify something like this. This isn't how we do things.
絶対犯人見つけ出してやる。
What do you mean this isn't how we do things? Is he secretly the leader of Morphine and he doesn't know it? Because of DID, maybe?
そうだな。俺もチームの奴らが何か見てねえか聞いておく。
Maybe?
頼む。
I don't know if it's Morphine, but someone did this. I'll find them, and if Mizuki's here and the others are hurt. This might just be like how we do things, as in we as the members of the old residential district. Then they're gonna pay. Ujaku leaves to go talk to his gang, so I head over to Mizuki's shop. A message.
スパムか？
The subject says, "Please save me." The sender is damsel in distress. Damsel in distress? I could swear I got a spam message earlier with the same name.
消去と。
You did get it, but you wanted to... You wanted to play the rest of the game. Another message.
Huh?
The same message again. Delete.
Huh?
Someone leaked his email address. They just keep coming. What the hell? I quickly open my bag and wake up Ren.
レン、メールがやばい。何これ、ウイルス？
少し待ってくれ。調べてみる。
Ren falls silent. While I wait, the mails keep coming.
レン、まだか？
解析完了。ウイルスではない。万が一ウイルスだった場合の対策も実行した。
このメールの受信自体を止めるってのは無理なのか？
差出元のメールアドレスが不明だ。
なんだそりゃ。
念のために内容を確認してみた方がいい。
大丈夫なのか？
I get the feeling the messages will just keep coming if I ignore them. The notification chime is starting to drive me nuts. It's the super duper future and they don't have a do not disturb. They don't have a mute. They can't block damsel in distress. Desperate for relief, I open one of the messages. Huh? They stopped. How is that possible? Puzzled, I turn my eyes to the text. But the message is empty, so it really was just spam? My chime coils again. My coil chimes again, only this time it isn't a message.
ゲームの配信？
That's right, the game I played the other day. I guess this is the next chapter? Of Silent Oath. It's got the cross from the... Morphine logo. When the download finishes, the title screen appears. Yeah, it's the same game. There's no start button. How is this supposed to work? A few seconds later, the screen changes and the game suddenly starts up. I try pushing the keys on my coil, but I can't move.
レン、なんかこれ動かないんだけど。
デモプレイになっているんじゃないか。
デモプレイ？そんなの配信してなんか意味あるのかよ。
I jab at the controls for a while. Finally, the main character starts to move. Is it working now? But when I take my fingers off the keys, the character keeps moving on its own. The game ends abruptly. I guess it really is just a demo. What was the point of sending this out? Was it a mistake? Doesn't make sense.
完全に意味不明なゲームだな。
そうか。
さっきの大量メールもやっぱりスパムだったっぽいし、すげえ時間の無駄した。とっとと帰ろうぜ。
I close the game and start back toward home. Weird. As the sun sets, delicious smells begin to fill the town. Dinner time already. I wonder if Granny's home. Sometimes she goes out with friends around this time. Granny. Wonder what it is. I've been anxious since I played that game. An old woman was captured by bats. Was it just a coincidence? I know I'm just being paranoid, but I can't shake the feeling, so I call Granny on my coil. No answer. I try calling the house. They still have home phones. They still have home phones. Nothing. I try Granny's coil one more time. Yeah, the sprite had pink hair and a yellow dress. She's not picking up. Granny really doesn't really use her coil much in the first place. She even leaves letters for me by the front door instead of texting me. She must be out with some friends. That's probably all it is. It has to be. I I try not to think about it, but the image of the devastation at Dry Juice's hangout keeps coming back to me. All the blood. Maybe the whole thing is just making me a little anxious. It's totally crazy to think that Granny would be connected to that in any way. But still, I can't do this. I have to go home. I'll feel better once I get home and see that Granny's safe. I run home as fast as I can. I unlock the door and burst into the house. It's pitch black, like no one's home. I call for her one more time, but there's no answer. This is bad. Feels like my blood's about to boil. At the same, my body is racked by chills. Grammatical error! The blood stains on the wall of Dry Juice's hangout. The old woman in the game, kidnapped by bats. My mind keeps flickering between the two images. Did they get to Granny too? I run into the house, not even bothering to take off my shoes. Something catches my foot. I look down. Huh? What's that big lump doing there? A person is lying in the hall. Granny? The person is lying face down, motionless. Another one is lying on the floor a little further inside. I swallow my fear and tiptoe closer. They're much bigger than Granny. Probably men. Relief watches over me. Oh, phew! It's not Granny, it's two strangers. That's much better. Looking closer, I'd see the tattoo on their necks. Looks like a gang tag, actually. This tag. But it's morphine after the other tag has been like blacked out, right? Feeling someone behind me, I spin around. A man is standing there, framed by the dark hallway. The man is so tall that I have to look up at him. For a moment, I just stand there and gape. But the thought that he might have done something to Granny soon blows away any fear I'm feeling. The man doesn't answer. He just stares at me through the darkness with icy eyes. I take a step closer. Someone grabs my shoulders from behind. Suddenly, I'm surrounded by people holding me in place. A heavy blow slams into my stomach, knocking the breath from my lungs. Look at this guy. The huge man's fist sinks into my gut. I topple forward. I can't breathe. My vision fades into blackness. Damn it. Not here. Granny. Granny. Bad end. You fucked up. You should have had the lady... You should have shooed the person away who was trying to touch your hair. I wake with a splitting headache. Did I black out? Even after I open my eyes, I can't make out anything in the darkness. Somewhere I hear the rhythmic drip, drip, drip of water. Is it raining? The cold surface against my cheek must be a concrete floor. Where am I? I try to stand up, but my body won't move. My arms are tied behind my back. I struggle, but the bonds hold firm. When I manage to lift my head off the ground, I come face to face with a pair of boots. I slowly drag my gaze upward from there. He's got like a old-timey pipe. That's kind of funny. It's him, the guy who waltzed into my home and knocked me out. It cannot be good for an all-mate to be smoking a cigar, right? That cannot be good. Up close, he's even more intimidating than before. As I watch, the man takes a puff from his pipe. The smoke disperses into the gloomy air. That's right, I remember now. He took Granny. It's bird cigarettes. Yeah. Sounds like an offshoot of cow tools. It's bird cigarettes. He's got like a friendship bracelet. I struggle to contain my rage. The man just stares at me in silence for a while. Then finally he rises with a creaking of springs. Before I know what's happening, he crouches down and yanks my head up by the clump of my bangs. Ow! And also it hurts extra hard because my hair all has nerve endings in it. My face twists in agony as pain runs through my sensitive hair. He stares at me as I squirm. His eyes are pitch black, like two spots devoid of light. No, they aren't. He tugs my face to the side. Two grungy-looking men are standing there, holding submachine guns.
俺が手を挙げりゃ、お前は蜂の巣になって速攻でさようならだ。
I guess he takes my silence as understanding because he lets go of my hair. My chin hits the concrete with a loud thunk. I nearly bite my tongue. His eyes are pitch black, but our sprite artist does not have the restraint for that. Yeah. All characters must look dreamy at all times. Damn, I'm in some really seriously deep shit.
Oi.
The man calls his men over and whispers something to them. They nod and leave the room. Meanwhile, I search my brain for a plan. I have to get out of here. First, to do something about these restraints. I struggle against my bonds. I can feel them loosen slightly, but they aren't coming off. I poke around with the toes of my shoes, thinking there might be something by my feet I could use. But all I feel is floor. There's nothing. Shit, I have to do something. As I flounder, I can feel several sets of footsteps vibrating through the floor. A new group of men enters the room. They have a similar look as the two who left.
Yare.
The giant jerks his chin at me. What? Are they gonna beat me? I watch the men approach and steel myself for a beating. There's nothing else I can do. This guy voices the dog from Spy Family. That's great. That's really funny. I definitely recognize his voice, but I didn't know it was as that. My earbuds are dying. I would definitely recognize him if he barked like a dog. Can you still hear the game audio? Cool. And we're still recording. That's good. If we get through this whole stream without any visible penis, I might be able to just upload this one straight away. That'd be kind of nice. The men form a loose circle around me. I brace myself for the first hit. One of them grabs my jacket. Another pins my legs and arms. What are they doing? I look at their faces. They seem excited. On second thought, maybe we could end it right now. And then I could upload that. That sounds pretty good. We could go no further than this. And then I won't have to do any video editing for this one. They're breathing hard and their eyes are bloodshot. Here we go. My blood goes cold. You've got to be kidding me. I try to free my arms. The ropes are looser than before. Just a little more. A little more. I'm out. But before I can do anything, someone grabs my arms and pins them to the floor. I see the giant standing behind them, arms folded, watching me with cold, detached eyes. That son of a bitch. Mink? Mink? Is that the giant's name? The thought only occupies my attention for a moment, then I tremble at the feeling of hot, sticky breath against my cheek. Stock punch sound effect. One of them smacks me across the face. Pain and the taste of blood fill my mouth. Yeah, if I have to. If someone's forcing me to. I mean, I'm really a victim here. I wouldn't want to do this, but he totally looks like a chick if you squint, don't he? Yeah. Uh-huh. Exactly, I'm a man! Now let me go, assholes! Feeling a surge of rage, I spit a wad of blood at the man next to me.
この野郎どけ触んじゃねえよ
I kick him in the stomach while he's distracted, and he lurches forward in pain. Serves you right. He pays me back with a slug to the face, twice as hard. Shit.
抑えとくからとっとと抜いちまえよ了解触んなやめろ
He tears my belt off and starts unbuttoning my pants. Oh no. This is not good. This is bad even. Another hand snakes in from the side and grabs my shirt, pulling it over my chest so hard it almost rips.
離せよ
Oh no.
うるせえな口塞いとけよ
I stuff a rag into my mouth. The way the cloth sticks to the inside of my cheeks makes me want to vomit. I try to shout, but only groans emerge.
もしかしたら意外といけるかもなんか立ってきたわ
Look at this! Whoa!
早くやって交代しろよ。
次は俺な
I think I might stop reading these out loud. I think I might, just let it be on screen.
Ah, やっぱ男だよな。もろに見るとちょっとなえるな。
俺そうでもないかもマジかつかお前後ろとかやったことあんの女でも後ろの方が好きなのとかいるだろ
This is terrible. Why me is the right question. What's going on? It's just... Does he think this is funny? Why is he doing this? What's the point? Why me? Why the hell is this happening?
なんか急におとなしくなったぞ。
諦めたんじゃねえの今のうちにさっさとやっちまえよ
おい、こいつ大丈夫か？
My name is Zero? Ore is me. I think he's saying my name is Zero.
おいおいえななんだなんか消えろ
What's that smell? It smells familiar, like some kind of spice. Cinnamon? Slowly opening my eyes, I see someone standing a short distance away. The giant. What was his name? Mink? What is he doing? He's gazing solemnly at a burning candle. Is he saying something? Can't make it out. Wonder what he's saying. What is he doing? I wake once again with a splitting headache. I open my eyes to a cracked, filthy ceiling. Where am I? What happened? Right, they were about to rape me. What happened after that? I'm fully dressed. At any rate, this looks like a different room. I have to take my medicine. Wait, my bag. Where'd my bag go? Ren was in there. I heard the door open and bolt out of bed, momentarily forgetting the pain. Who is it? Mink? A gangly, slouching man pokes his head through the rusty metal door. When he sees me, he grins and enters the room. Who the hell? I'm hiding.
ミンクさんには誰も逆らえねえからな。おまけに何考えてるのかもわかんねえしさ。
I have no idea what the man is on about. I glare at him, willing him to go away.
今はミンクさんに言われてきたわけじゃねえし、そんな怖い顔すんなよ。な？なんで俺の名前？やっぱり青葉だよな。ジャンクショップ平凡の。平凡を知ってんのか？ああ、昔はよくあそこにいろいろ買いに行ってたんだよ。
He smiles happily. Maybe it's just because of what I've been through, but the shop's name is music to my ears. Knowing him as a customer makes me feel a certain kinship. I want to drop my guard, but I don't. There's something off about this guy. He can't seem to sit still, and that's not all.
まさかこんなとこであんたに会うなんてさ。俺ちょっと感動しちゃったよ。ああ、そうだな。だろう。でさ、あんたが捕まってるって聞いて、俺すげえいいこと思いついちゃってさ。
And what might that be?
ここから出してやろうと思って。
I mean, I'll hear you out.
マジか。もちろん。いい話だろ。
I mean, I don't know. I just gotta tell you, guy who I can't see his eyes, when you're right, you're right. I gotta admit,
でも
you're.
ここはあのミンクってやつが仕切ってんだ。
I guess you got me on that one.
大丈夫大丈夫。なんとかなるから。なんとかっても具体的にどうするんだよ。大丈夫だって。だからどうするんだよ。しつこいな。大丈夫だって言ってんだろ。
Suddenly the man's expression changes as he pulls a gun on me. Stop asking me what I plan to do! He smiles, but it doesn't reach his eyes, which are as white as plates.
大丈夫だよ。ここから出してやるから。だからさ、もっと声を聞かせてくれよ。な。声？そうだよ。平凡に電話すると、だいたいいつもあんたが出るだろ。あんたの声、初めて聞いたときに聞き惚れちゃってさ。
So his only interest in the store is me. Admittedly, he's not the only customer who calls because of my voice.
俺のためにいろんな声を聞かせてくれよ。聞きたいんだよな。
You know, I kind of I was on board with this plan up until this point, but you're kind of losing me a little bit, buddy. You gotta. Okay. The man climbs onto the bed, gun still in hand. He shoves the weapon in my face when I try to get up. Okay.
別にいいだろ。得るもんじゃねえし。俺はただあんたの声が聞きたいだけなんだよ。
The man gropes my face, panting heavily. Ugh, gross. Why does this keep happening to me? It's a good question. Ah, my head. Shit, why does it have to start up again now? The door flies open. The man goes white as a sheet and spins around, dropping the gun. There in the doorway stands Mink.
何やってる？
Hi, Mink. This guy said he wanted to release me. You should kill him.
すみません。
Mink marches into the room and grabs the panicking man by the collar.
すみませんすみません。
てめえも来い。
いって。
Mink grabs me by the arm and hauls me off the bed. Mink directs his back both to the hall, attracting curious looks from the men standing there. He pulls us through an open door at the end of the hall. It leads to the room where those men attacked me. Several men are already there. With us plus the gawkers from the hallway, the room is filled to capacity. Mink tosses me aside, then throws the other guy to the ground.
ミンクさん、すみませんすみません。
All the color is drained from his face. He crawls backward on his ass, staring wide-eyed up at Mink.
Mink!
Mink!
制裁か。
だな。でも何やらかしたんだあいつ。
さあ、今やったことは確かだろう。ミンクさんを怒らせたのか。
もう一人のあの外から連れてこられたやつか。
じゃねえの。
Disciplined? That can't mean anything good.
すみません。勘弁してください。
Mink looks down at the man, stone-faced, and grabs him by the collar. Ah! My collar has nerve endings in it. It's extra sensitive. There's a dull thwack, the sound of bone against bone, and the man's head snaps back like a ragdoll's. He twitches once, twice, eyes rolling back to show the whites. Blood spurts from his rouse, and pieces of tooth drop to the floor like grains of rice. The big guy has been to be crazy strong to knock a man out with one punch like that. When I'm staring dumbstruck at the spectacle, all eyes go to me. I really don't like where this is going. Some of the men are grinning. Their smiles... They are smiles say you are next! Oh, hell no. First I'm almost gang raped, and now I'm gonna get beaten to a pulp. What did I do? As if to make matters worse, my head starts throbbing too. I don't have my bags, I don't have my medicine or Ren, and there's no way I'm making a break for it, not with these many guys surrounding me. I'm fucked. Mink takes one step towards me. I drop back and Mink follows, closing the gap with his long strides. I can still see the man out of the corner of my eye, lying in a pool of his own blood. I don't end up like that. I brace myself. Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself. I brace myself for the impact, but then... Instead of punching my lights out, Mink grabs my arm and starts walking toward the door.
あいつ制裁なしマジかよ。
はあ？なんでだ？外から連れてくるやつって大体潰し目的だろ。
わかんねえ。あんなの何の役にも立たなそうなやつなのにな。
The crowd shoots piercing glares my way as we pass. I guess they were all convinced I was in for a beating. Hell, even I thought so. Mink obviously hears what they're saying, but he doesn't react in the slightest. What's gonna happen to me now? Mink takes me back to the room I woke up in. Once we're inside, I shake his hand off. Mink moves away from me and takes a seat on the bed, staring at me with his unreadable eyes. I'm more than a little intimidated, but I meet his stare with a scowl. This is the kind of man who can strike without warning, without a hint of his intention showing on his face. He has an almost eerie calm. When he looks at you, it's like he can see exactly who you are and what you're thinking. Like a predator staring down prey. That's why I know I can't show any weakness, even if that means bluffing.
あんたの目的は何なんだ？なんで俺をここに連れてきた？ばあちゃんはどこだ？さっきのもなんであいつ殴った？どうせあいつもあんたが命令して俺を襲わせるように仕向けたんだろう。
あいつは違う。この部屋には誰も入るなと言ってやった。
違うって。俺からしたらどっちだって変わんねえよ。あんたは俺をどうしたいんだ？お母さん。
自覚がねえのが一番厄介だな。
Yeah?
は？
もう一度言うが、さっき殴ったやつは俺がけしかけたわけじゃねえ。お前の声に惑わされてな。
声？
I resist the urge to ask what he means. It's true, that man was obsessed with my voice. But how does Mick know that?
だが、どんな理由だろうと、結果的にあいつは俺の命令を破った。それを許すわけにはいかねえ。それがここのルールだからだ。
Now I'm even more confused.
俺の声がどうとか、なんであんたが知ってんだよ。答えろよ。 あとばあちゃんをどうしたのかも答えろ。
知らねえよ。俺の目的は最初からお前だ。
は？
Then what about Granny? While I'm struggling to wrap my head around this, Mink pulls something from his coat pocket and shows it to me.
こいつはなんだ？
It's my headache medicine. I reach for it, but he pulls away.
返せ。
質問に
ただの頭痛薬だよ。
一般に出回ってるやつじゃねえな。
ばあちゃんが薬剤師だからそれで。あとは知らねえよ。
まるでジャンキーだ。
はあ？
Mink tucks the medicine back into his coat and gets up off the bed. He opens the door and speaks a few words to someone in the hall. A few minutes later, two men enter the room, dragging something behind them. They drop their cargo in the middle of the room and leave. The cargo is people. Two men dressed in black are lying face down on the floor. Looking closely, I can tell they're still
そ
breathing.
いつらの首見てみろ。
Next, I lean forward. Morphine's tag. That's not all. Each has a black square beneath the wings and halo. Another tag was blacked out. I can still see part of the original pattern. Unless I'm mistaken, that's... I lift one of the men by their shoulders to get a look at his face. I know him. He's a member of Dry Juice.
俺たちより先にお前の家にいたのがそいつらだ。大半は引き上げた後だったがな。残っていたのはその二人だ。これで分かったか。お前のばあさんと俺は関係ねえ。
Okay.
でもなんでばあちゃんが？
知らねえよ。ただ引き上げていった連中の後は追わせた。
本当か？だったら
その前に交換条件だ。さっきも言った通り、俺の目的はお前だ。お前について確かめたいことがあってここへ連れてきたが、大体は把握した。お前は俺の言う通りに動いてもらう。その代わり、交換条件として、まずお前の
I'm so confused right now. I don't know what's going on.
俺の？
ばあさんを探してやるって言ってんだよ。
How am I supposed to believe that? For all I know, this might be some kind of sick game. You already put me through hell once before. Although that doesn't explain what happened to the Dry Juice guys. Blacking out the Dry Juice tags and putting morphines over the top, that's not something you could have put together this quickly, right?
もし俺が信じられないって言うなら、一人でばあさんを探せばいい。
I hate to admit, but I don't think I can find her on my own. If morphine really was involved, I wouldn't even know where to start.
あんたは俺が目的だって言ったけど、どうするつもりなんだよ。
それを今ここで言う必要はねえ。条件を飲むかどうかだけさっさと決めろ。
You don't need to know what is involved or what it entails to agree, but I need you to agree now. I actually might call it here. I'm pretty tired. Is that fine? Go to bed? Stream some more another time? Okay. This was pretty good. Although, like I said, I'm baffled by what the fuck is supposed to be going on. It's so confusing. It's sometimes... So, in a literature class I had in high school, there was this exercise we would do when reading books with a lot of complex characters, where we would, like, write each character's name and then, like, a couple things about them, their goals, their motivations, where they are, just like a profile of each of the relevant characters in the story. I could try to do that, but it would be like, character 1 leads this gang, character 2 leads this other gang, character 3, member of Yakuza, ? Character 4, also member of Yakuza, ? Character 5, ? Character 6, ? Character 7, ? Like, who is anybody? What's going on? I am entranced, if for no other reason than because I don't know what the fuck is going on and I am hoping for interesting answers. You must fuck around to find out. I guess so. Is this probably okay to still upload unedited? I think so, right? Even in that one scene, there wasn't visible penis. It was like PG-13, obstructed. You saw some, like, bush, but that was it. Probably fine, probably. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I'll upload it, and if there's a problem, I'll, I guess, tweak it and then upload it again. Okay, well, this was pretty fun. I'm looking forward to doing this again. I'm happy that this setup ended up working pretty well. I will talk to you sometime soon then. Good night, or good day, or whatever. Goodbye.